members of the diplomatic corps, senior government officials, business leaders, industry representatives, exporters, members of academia, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the inaugural edition of LAC FIRST, the India, Latin America and Caribbean Business and Diplomatic Conference. Organized by India Empire in association with the Federation of Indian Export Organizations, this conference seeks to deepen engagement between India and the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean across trade, investment, technology, healthcare, education, tourism, logistics, and sustainable development. May I request all delegates to kindly take their seats. We shall commence the inaugural session shortly. Distinguished guests, it is my pleasure to welcome you to a gathering that brings together diplomacy, business, and ideas under one roof. To formally welcome our guests, may I invite Mr. Sayantan Chakravarty, Editor-in-Chief and Publisher of India Empire and organizer of LAC FIRST, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to LAC FIRST. It's a pleasure seeing you all here. May we have on stage Ambassador Alberto Guani, the coordinator for the LAC nations and Ambassador of Uruguay. May we have on stage Dr. KJ Alphonse, a former Union Minister for Tourism with independent charge. May we have on stage Ambassador Amarendra Khatua, former Indian Ambassador to Argentina, Paraguay, and Uruguay. May I please invite on stage Dr. Ajay Sahai, Director General and CEO of the Federation of Indian Export Organizations, our institutional partners for this particular event. I need the brochure. May I also invite on stage Mr. Shamik Joshi, Head Pre-Sales and Gateway, Amnex Technologies Private Limited. May I invite Mr. Bruno Villa, Country Manager, India, for Berkey's BWA India Private Limited. May I also invite Mr. Rakesh Gupta, Chief Strategy Officer of RITES Rights. Welcome on stage, all of you distinguished gentlemen. And it's an honor and privilege to host the first Latin America and Caribbean conference. My gratitude to Ambassador Alberto Guani, who is the coordinator for the LAC nations, the senior most, what we call as a dean in other regions. He's the dean for the LAC nations. And he's been here, I think you're completing your third year.
3 years and a half, and I will be in a few days to
yes. Yes.
the High Commissioner of Jamaica.
Right. So next month he will pass over the baton to High Commissioner of Jamaica, His Excellency Jason Hall, who is also present here. So let me begin by saying that LAC FIRST is not intended merely as a conference. It is a platform and it's a corridor, enabling ideas, investments, institutions, technology, tourism, and trust to move more freely between India and the Latin American and Caribbean region. It's a place where governments, businesses, academic institutions, investors, and thought leaders can come together to explore possibilities, forge partnerships, and convert goodwill into tangible outcomes. Now, long before diplomacy and trade began with Latin America, I think we can go back to our connect, our cultural connect. Many of you would recall that our poet laureate Rabindranath Tagore traveled to Argentina more than 100 years ago in 1924 and was received by the intellectual Victoria Ocampo. And that started an exchange of ideas between the Latin American continent and India. Then we were exposed to the writings of some great authors from that region. Pablo Neruda, the Nobel laureate and poet. Gabriel Garcia Marquez of Colombia, another Nobel laureate of magic realism. We were exposed to the works of Octavio Paz, who was a poet, an essayist, and also served as ambassador of Mexico to India. Similarly, we were exposed to the works of Jorge Borges from Argentina, and of course, more recently, Paulo Coelho, the author from Brazil, who has a world record. His works have been translated in 80 languages. He's the only living author that has that record. So the exchange of ideas and culture began much before trade and diplomacy. Trade really got a momentum when in 1997, India came up with this LAC vision. The government of India officially announced an LAC policy. Until then, trade was of the volume of about 500 million between the continent, the Caribbean, and India. Today, it has grown in about 30 years, 100 times, to a level of about $50 billion, and hopefully in the next 4 to 5 years, we see it double. I think we deserve a round of applause for this huge surge that has happened. In recent times, we have also witnessed an intensification of engagement at the highest levels of government between the Latin American and Caribbean regions and India. In 2023, President of India, Madam Draupadi Murmu, visited Suriname, and the President of Guyana and the Prime Minister of Guyana visited India. In 2024, in November, Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji visited Brazil for the G20, and he also visited Guyana. And in July 2025, Prime Minister Modi again went back to the Latin American continent. This time he traveled to Trinidad and Tobago, Argentina, and to Brazil for the BRICS conference. External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar was in the Caribbean only last month. And our Minister of State for External Affairs, Mr. Pabitra Margareta, has traveled to 19 countries in the Latin American and Caribbean regions in the last 2 years. And only last month, he traveled again extensively across Central America and the Caribbean. So you can see that the level of engagement has intensified tremendously. But Latin America and the Caribbean region is not just about trade, not just about business and commerce. Latin America also gives us opportunities which are absolutely exquisite. We have the Andes, we have the Patagonia, we have the grandeur of the Amazon forest, we have the beaches of Rio, we have the vineyards of Chile, Argentina, we have the ancient civilizational heritage which we see in Chichen Itza, in Mexico, in townships in Guatemala, and throughout the Central American regions, and Nicaragua, Panama, and also the great heritage of the Incan civilizations of the Southern American countries. So before I conclude, I'd like to quote Chilean poet laureate Pablo Neruda, who said that you can cut all the flowers in the world, but you cannot stop spring from coming. I think that is the spirit and the momentum that the engagement with Latin America is on display today, with a business volume that has gone 100x in 30 years and likely to double in the next 4 to 5 years. So with that, thank you very much. Thank you for your friendship. Thank you for your presence. And thank you for joining us as we begin in what will become another chapter in the relationship between India and Latin America. Jai Hind. Muchas gracias.
And thank you, Mr. Chakravarty, for your inspiring remarks and for conceptualizing this important platform for India-LAC engagement. So now it is my privilege to invite a distinguished diplomat who currently serves as coordinator of the Latin American and Caribbean Group, LAC, and ambassador of Uruguay to India. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome His Excellency Mr. Alberto Antonio Guani.
Good morning. I'll try to set myself a little bit higher so it's not the flowers that are speaking. And especially grateful to be here in this LAC FIRST by an interview that we have already had a couple of days ago. I already expressed the opinion in name of my country, Uruguay. I would like to welcome you all in the name of the LAC. LAC is a Latin American group of ambassadors and Caribbean high commissioners in India, which at the moment we are 24. The total number is 33, but in India we are 24. And I can tell you that I'm very proud to be a little bit guiding this group, in the sense that we have very active and contributive members who are all the time expressing what is going on and how India should incentivize its presence in our region. It is doing so in a pace that is the Indian way. It is opening an embassy, we hope, next month in Uruguay. It is also going to open an embassy in Costa Rica. And we're about to have more or less the region covered. We are saying that India is coming a little bit late in this opportunity because there are many things to do. We are ready to do business. We are already doing that with the $50 billion that is surrounding our trade, for a little bit more, maybe 53 billion for this year, and we expect to double that for the year 2030. So we will be ready when India becomes a developed country to already be in the scene and start with continuing with the trend of doing things together. Because of that long also roots that we have in the cultural field, we need also to recognize that our region is a region of peace. We do not have nuclear arms, and we are proud of that. The Treaty of Tlatelolco, Mexico, has really given us a guide in that sense. And we are also a region that is incorporating all the modern devices that are needed, for example, in renewable energies, and also in the production and extraction of minerals, one of the important factors of the relationship in which many of our countries are already providing these materials to the Indian economy. So we think that it is important to link the private sector of both regions, and I think we need to know each other much more. It is important that you travel to our countries. It is important that you see our realities. And it is important that you get to identify us. We are a hemisphere in the southern of America. The Americans call themselves America, and we call ourselves Latin Americans. And we have our differences, but you need to know what is the difference that we have in each of our countries. As we are trying to learn, of course, what India has to offer to us. And we know that because of this diversity, because of these differences and this fantastic and unique reality that India offers us, we need to engage in further links and in further possibilities of even developing more what brings us together. So in this course of issues, I wish that this LAC FIRST can be able to put together that private sector. I don't think it is a matter of creating chambers of commerce, because the chambers of commerce are very nice in name, but I prefer them to be effective in the result. And that is something that we need to encourage, and we need to find, and we need to explore ourselves in many matters, so we can be able to be innovative and at the same time profit from all the new technologies that are there and ready and able for us. So I'm also happy that there is a representative of a Uruguayan company here in India, established in Noida, Berques, and Bruno is going to tell us a little bit about his perspective in this country. And as Berques, there are many other companies that are establishing themselves in India, that they're also investing in India, and where we also hope that India enlarges its investment in our countries. We have already an example for more than 25 years, that is Tata Consulting Services, that established itself in Uruguay for more than 25 years. They have made a great success in that. They have expanded to all of South America. And it's a good example on how you can do good business in our countries. So with that, I thank you all, and I wish you all the best during your conversations, during your discussions, and during the time you can exchange points of view about things that we can do together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for sharing a compelling diplomatic perspective on the future of India, Latin America, and the Caribbean nations' relations. And now, as you're all aware, trade remains one of the strongest bridges between nations. It is now my honor to invite Shri Ajay Sahai, Director General and CEO, Federation of Indian Export Organizations, to deliver the keynote address.
His Excellency Alberto A. Guani, Coordinator and Ambassador of Uruguay, His Excellencies Ambassador and High Commissioner of different Latin American and Caribbean countries, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Dr. Alfonso, former Union Minister for Tourism and a person who is known as the Demolition Man in New Delhi, Mr. Amren Khatwa, former diplomat, exporters, traders, entrepreneurs, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you, and let me extend a very warm welcome to each one of you in this conference of India-LAC partnership in a context of the new global development. Global economy is passing through huge uncertainty, geopolitical conflict, tariff war, increasing protectionism, rising non-tariff business, huge volatility in currencies and commodities has definitely impacted the global trade. Coming to India and Caribbean countries, we too are the complementary economies, and therefore I was expecting much better trade results. For me, distance, high freight cost, language barrier, market access issues are not the real issue. It is the mental block. If we can export 18% of the total export to a distant geography like US, why not to Latin America, with whom, despite Focus LAC program, which was launched roughly 3 decades back, it is not even accounting for 5% of my exports. I slightly differ from Mr. Sayantan Chakravarty, who has raised a quite optimistic picture. I'm a little disappointed with these trade numbers, and let me substantiate with figures. India's exports in calendar year 2025 stood at $447 billion. Our export to LAC and Caribbean countries were $21.5 billion, which puts a share of 4.6%. These numbers are a little more disappointing when I'm looking into the import appetite of the LAC. The global import of LAC in 2025 stood at $1.5 trillion. Our export of $21 billion puts it a share of 1.4%. Even when I'm looking into my top exports to LAC and Caribbean, including automobile and auto components, we have a share of 3.6% in their total imports. In pharma, and we claim to be pharmacy of the world, I have a share of 4.2%. Only in chemicals and specialty chemical, I have a share of more than 5%. In machinery and mechanical appliances, we have a share of 0.8%. In electrical and electronics, we have a share of 0.5%. It is not that we are not having the manufacturing capability or exports. Today, my export of machinery is close to $54 billion. Our export to Latin American countries is $1.2 billion. Similarly, if you look into the electronics sector, which is rising, and very soon it may be the top 2 exporting products from India, we have an export of $36 billion in 2025. My export to LAC is $1.9 billion only. We have to look into increasing penetration in the Latin American countries. The situation from the other side is almost the same. If you look into Latin American exports to India, their total export in 2025 was around $31.5 billion against their export of $1.5 trillion globally. So if I'm looking at the share, India accounts for about 2% of their total exports. When I'm looking from the perspective of India's import of $759 billion in 2025, they account for roughly 4.2% of India's imports. And from their side, I think the basket is extremely limited. The top 5 chapters, including precious metal and precious stones, petroleum and natural gas, animal and animal feed products, ores and minerals, sugar, they account for roughly 80% of their total exports to India. That means in balanced 93 chapters of LHS group, their export is less than 20% of their total exports. They have tremendous possibility in increasing their exports in number of sectors. India is importing today crude and petroleum and natural gas to the tune of $206 billion. Their share in that is 2%. Distance is not a barrier. India is now importing these products from US and Canada. Why not from the Latin American countries? If I'm looking into my electronics imports, it has crossed $100 billion. Their share in my electronics import is just 0.4%. In machinery import, which in 2025 was $70 billion, their share is just 0.7%. We have to travel a long distance, and I'm pretty sure this type of conference will throw much light on what needs to be done from both the sides. The good thing is that India is aggressively pursuing its FTA strategy. We have formed up many FTA in the recent past. There is distinct shift in India's strategy of FTA. We are now looking at FTA with the countries who are complementary economies and our major market. We will be very soon having an FTA with Peru. 9 rounds of discussions have happened, and I'm pretty sure this year we are going to finalize that. We are looking into elevating India-Chile PTA to India-Chile Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. We are working on India-Mercosur FTA also. We need to look into that FTA is not just confined to the original member, it is extended to the associate members, and I'm pretty sure both sides will work on that. I'm sure once we have these FTA and preferential agreement in place, we will be accelerating our bilateral trade with these geographies. To me, the biggest opportunity lies in services, whether it's IT and IT-enabled services, health services, telemedicine, education, digital public infrastructure. We need to look into the opportunity which can be in these economies, and we can also look into the joint venture with these economies. India also is attracting huge investment. With the signing of FTA with UK, which will be operational next year, we are expecting huge investment to flow from UK. That will be followed by EU. And with the countries looking into the alternative source of manufacturing, India is all set to attract investment. We have PLI scheme rolled out for 15 sectors. We have seen its impact in the mobile segment and the electronics sector. API and pharmaceutical is also set to give the desired result, and therefore I will urge all the ambassadors who are present here to look into the option which India is offering. We are providing now the plug-and-play facility in our industrial zone. It is not required that you come and struggle in procuring the land or constructing the building. State-of-art factories will be available to you so that you can start the production. Let me stop by concluding that we are not just looking our relationship with the LACs and Caribbean from the perspective of trade and investment. We are looking into integrating into them into the supply chain. Please bear in mind, the world is not looking for the most efficient supply chain. The world is looking for a safe and secure supply chain, and LAC and India can build the supply chain. So let us work together. Let us see that we very strictly build this kind of supply chain and give a boost to our bilateral relationship. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sahai, for that wonderful, insightful perspective that you shared. So now we move on to a series of special interventions. May I first invite Ambassador Amarendra Khatwa, former Ambassador of India to Argentina, Uruguay, and Paraguay. Please.
Good morning to all of you. And when we are talking about India-Latin American connection or relationship, 3-4 things are very important. That as Ajay has spoken, our trade potential is not at all realized properly. So today, India's India-Latin American trade is about $22.55 billion. It should be about $50 billion. And out of this, if you take out India's trade with Brazil, Mexico, and Colombia, the trade figures are very insignificant. Two, when you are talking about India's investment, other than the investment in critical minerals by Cabil in Argentina, which is about $2 billion, most of our investments are very limited. Why I am saying this? Potential exists. Say, what our major exports are basically motor vehicles, petroleum products, pharmaceuticals, and chemicals. And our imports are mostly crude oil, gold, and agricultural commodities, including edible oil. As I have said, the three major trading partners are Brazil, Mexico, and Colombia. But with each of the countries, you have tremendous trade potential. One, when you are talking about India's pulse and lentil security, we must look at Latin America oil. Second, building up processing in Latin America, say we are talking about our air link is not there, distance is too much, many shipping lines are not operating, but you can have the warehouse-based operational system. Say, for example, when you are talking about Paraguay, Uruguay, build up your warehousing facilities and see how you can process the things there and send the shipments to India. Say, edible oil security we are talking about. Or lots of business people, we export lots of products to Africa, especially food grains, to Middle East, pulses, lentils, oil seeds, and lots of other products. These products now we are sourcing from the open market. We can establish, link up in Latin America, stable links with producers, suppliers, and try to this warehouse processing scheme to supply to Africa. Both the sides will benefit. Say, for example, when we are talking about electronics, when Tata went there, like they were desperate. Today we control, like in the services sector, about 8 countries. We have about each country about $5 to $6 billion like relationship in services. Everything is not coming to India, but it has increased employment in those countries. Lots of language-related IT training has improved. Therefore, like many areas are there which we can identify and develop. And especially each of the businessmen need to visit and establish direct contact. Language is not such a big problem, it is. But now the language-based cadre for trade is building up in most of these countries. Then when we are talking about lithium, you know, India's need will increase tremendously. And the triangle is there. Already Cabil investment has taken place in Argentina. Now time has come, in critical mineral sector, we should talk to each of our Latin American countries, try to invest there, try to process there and build up linkage. Then when we are talking about Indian investment, it is about $20 billion in whole of Latin America. Time has come through technical credit, through industrial credit, through banking finance, we must have financial presence in many of the Latin American countries. So for example, Venezuela, since long time we are importing oil, we are processing them. Most of the private sector refineries are processing Venezuelan oil and exporting it back. We are also importing from Brazil. We are also importing from Mexico. With all these countries, when we are processing them, we can also see where we can invest and what kind of new products we can produce for those markets. Then tourism part. Unfortunately, India's tourism to countries like Vietnam, to Cambodia, to Sri Lanka, to Tunisia, to Morocco has increased multifold. But India's tourism traffic to Latin America is about 1.2 to 1.5 lakhs, which is absolutely, we are talking about so much people to people contact relationship, actually we are not doing much. Here comes, say for example, publicity, people to people contact, and how to promote tourism and have regular tourism agency, tourism promotion conferences between the countries. Third major aspect is monitoring aspect. Government to government monitoring will not pay because of the distance. The very high level VVIP visit will take once in 5 years, 10 years. Foreign minister level visit will take once in 2 years, 5 years. Time has come now, the Latin American embassies in India, our embassies in Latin America, they should have some kind of monitoring linkage. What we can do, how to process opportunities which are coming, and how to monitor them. Then pass it to the level of foreign ministers or government. Then implementation becomes easier. Last is, we are talking about culture. Say, for example, when International Yoga Day started, the only continent which accepted yoga as part of their study curriculum, that was Latin America. Almost 103 universities of Latin America have yoga courses. But how to commercially utilize them, train them, exchange teachers, students, etc., that is the next thing we must talk about. Say, for example, biotechnology, we have lots of cooperation with Argentina. Sending students in the biotechnology area, which is very important for India's agricultural future, we must study that and open up the universities in Latin America. Language is not such a big problem. That barrier can be crossed. Then the performing arts. Lots of students, lots of teachers practice performing arts in Latin America. Institutionalized exchange of information, contact, and promoting them through ICCR and Ministry of Culture in active way is also another thing. When we are talking about LAC FIRST, first thing is that we must identify opportunities. We must try to put them in front of the target people, that is the trade and business, for the people and people contact, travel and tourism agencies, and policymakers. Then there is no limit. I believe there are enough scope to exploit and reach, say, $100 to $150 billion trade. And basically, our imports are absolutely limited, while the potential in our edible oil security I'm talking about, or petroleum imports and other things, there are tremendous possibilities. We all must study this seriously and maybe through this kind of meetings try to increase awareness and opportunities. Thank you.
Ambassador Katwa. May I now invite Mr. Shamik Joshi, Head Pre-Sales and Gateway, Amnex Technologies Private Limited.
Good morning, Honorable Ambassadors, His Excellency, and the dignitaries on the dais. India has implemented digital public infrastructure in order to create inclusivity amongst citizens and also ensure that in today's day and age, the IT infrastructure that India has created is sovereign. Now, this has enabled the government schemes and programs to reach out to the citizens at large. And as a result of this, the leakages in the systems have reduced. In addition to that, the systems and schemes have become extremely wide, wherein they have reached out to people at large and citizens who were earlier not aware of government schemes. And this digital public infrastructure is now being enabled by various government agencies along with artificial intelligence. The role of artificial intelligence here is critical, wherein what various government departments are doing is ensuring that citizens can reach out to people in their vernacular language and they can interact with the government so as to obtain services. I think this model that India has developed is extremely inclusive, and it is a model that ensures that data sovereignty is maintained. Now, this model can be utilized by various countries in the LAC region. These models include identity programs, like India implemented Aadhaar. Aadhaar was a key identity program through which every citizen in the country got an identifier. And then on top of that, various government schemes as well as private sector, then started using this identity in order to offer services to those citizens, and even businesses started offering services to the citizens based on these identifiers. Similarly, the Department of Agriculture in India has created an identifier in order to create land repositories and repositories of all the farmers across the country. By virtue of this, what is happening is that every single farmer who desires to avail benefits already has the farm, land, the crop, and the details of the farmer himself available with the government. As a result of which, government exactly knows when the farmer has sown, what the farmer has sown, what is the health of the crop, and what are the agriculture inputs required. The agriculture inputs could be in terms of additional irrigation that is needed. The agriculture inputs can be in terms of farm mechanization. It can be in terms of fertilizers and pesticides, insecticides. By creating this identifier, the government now knows about every single farmer and the crop that is being produced. In addition to that, the banks and insurance companies have also started utilizing these farmer IDs. The banks are utilizing it in order to do preferential lending to this sector. Agriculture remains a sector wherein there are significant amount of people who don't have credit history. And by virtue of this farmer ID, government, PSU banks as well as private banks are able to understand the wherewithal from a credit rating perspective, whether the farmer has the propensity to pay back the loan or not. Now, this is then used by the banks in order to give out preferential lending to the farmers. Similarly, insurance companies are also utilizing this data in order to settle claims when there are insurance disputes. Now, this DPI infrastructure or DPI rail which has been created across various sectors, be it identity in case of Aadhaar, be it health in form of Aabha, be it agriculture in form of AgriStack, be it payments in terms of the UPI infrastructure that has been created. All these technology solutions essentially can be deployed in a sovereign manner across the LAC countries. And here, these solutions can be adopted. India can play a big role in ensuring that the local sovereign requirements of these countries are met. The solutions can be adopted and implemented by technology companies like Amnex from India, along with local participation there, in order to ensure that inclusivity and sovereignty across the entire region is in place, and we ensure that the social programs which are already present across the entire Latin America and Caribbean countries are given out to the citizens. And the only way to reach out to the citizens is through technology. Technology can ensure that information is communicated to the citizens on a timely basis. Schemes-related information is communicated to the citizens. When this information is communicated to the citizens, the trust in the system will improve. And when the trust improves in the citizen, the faith in democracy also improves, as a result of which the countries also progress and the people move hand in hand. So the request here is to look at India's DPI infrastructure, look at how India has implemented these solutions, and align with technology providers like us in order to ensure that such solutions are implemented in LAC and the citizen beneficiary programs are implemented in a robust manner. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Joshi. We now invite Mr. Bruno Villa, Country Manager, India and Southeast Asia, Berkey's BWE India Private Limited.
Well, thank you to all of you. Good morning. First, I want to thank Mr. Alberto Guani, who introduced us and gave us the opportunity to be here. I was requested to give some practical insights about the Indian market, and this is what I will do. We are Berkes Group. Berkes is a company who was founded in Uruguay in 1939. Now Berkes Group is the umbrella of 5 divisions. We have Berkes Construction, Berkes Real Estate, Berkes Concession, R&K is a road construction company, and we have BWE, our energy division, the one we have present here in India. We have our headquarters in Montevideo, Uruguay, and then through our energy division, we have offices in Madrid, Copenhagen, which is our engineering department, and here in Delhi. who we are. I am here with Navneet Jain, who is the engineering head and PMP for the Indian works, and I am the country manager. I was moved from Uruguay to India mid of 2025, so I am learning about this wonderful country. What we do here in India, we have our engineering office to give support to all the activities worldwide. We have a sourcing hub also here to support our global operations. And then we have biomass and waste-to-energy boilers that we already installed, 11 installations we have running with rice straw, and we are doing now the number 12, again based on rice straw, helping also to reduce this pollution problem that we have in Delhi at the end of the year. Why India? Well, I will not say nothing new here, but fast-growing economy, 6-7% of GDP, as you already know, massive industrialization and manpower, infrastructure investment is incredible what you can see here in the last 5 years. Yesterday I arrived in the new airport in Noida, it's amazing. Energy demand keep increasing 6-7% annually. Global manufacturing is increasingly came to India, and of course large engineer talent pool. Here you have like 1.5 million of new engineers every year, so it's 50% of the population of my country, for you to understand the huge amount of people. So India, of course, is not tomorrow. India is a today opportunity. Lesson learned in this almost 1 year that I am here. Relationship come before contract. Business in India is built on trust. Face-to-face meetings are mandatory here. WhatsApp, phone calls, much more important than emails. Long-term relationship for sure, and here you can feel that people buy from people. It's not only the company name, people trust a lot in the people who is leading the business. Speed matters. This is one of the most important things. More quickly here, you receive one RFQ today, tomorrow they are asking for the price, and the day after you can have the quotation and close the contract. What take here in our business, at least with industrial clients, boiler business, 1 month, 2 months from the RFQ to sign the contract. In Europe, that we have present also, we take 1 year, 2 years. So the speed here is amazing. So it's true, it's the real situation. So you must to react fast to be in this market for sure. What to avoid? Trying to manage India from remotely is not possible. You need to have presence here. And of course, we need to be careful about the IPR, but this is as in any country. So understanding the culture is the key to success here as a company. So my big surprise, as a Latin American guy, as I say, I am from Uruguay, we often think that we understand relationship and flexibility, but India put this in another level. Hospitality, entrepreneurial spirit, optimism, scale and speed here is very often much more easier than in South America. And another important thing I want to say that the patient has rewards here. After you establish the trust, it's much easier to make business with clients. So as a final thought, when I arrived to India, I suppose the challenge will be in understand the culture or the business, how to lead with business. But to be honest, I discovered that negotiating with the Indian customers is easier, much easier than negotiating with Indian chilies. Actually, people is amazing here, and then the challenge for me is still to try to eat spicy food. So for Mexican guys, Peruvian guys, you have the 50% done. It's more than welcome to help anyone to make business here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And now, so Mr. Villa, it was really wonderful to hear what you just said and shared, and it was so warm, heartfelt, and straight came from your heart. So thank you so much. So now we move on to invite our guest of honor. I'm sorry, we have just one more where we will share. May I now invite Mr. Rakesh Gupta, Chief Strategy Officer of RITES. to please come on, to the podium. I'm so sorry.
Good morning, distinguished ambassadors, excellencies, representatives from the Ministry of External Affairs, business leaders, other delegates, and of course members of FIEO. It is indeed a privilege for me to represent RIGHTS Limited, a Government of India undertaking and one of the India's leading infrastructure consultancy organization. I would also like to congratulate India Empire and FIEO to bring together business leaders, diplomats, and decision makers of India and Latin America and Caribbean region on one platform. As the world is looking towards building trusted partnership and global South cooperation, forums like this become extremely important. Many of us knows RIGHTS primarily as a railway consulting organization. However, over the past 5 decades, RIGHTS has emerged as one of the leading infrastructure consultancy organization. We are present in more than 55 countries and handling more than 700 projects across various sectors such as highway, railways, ports, airports, metros, urban mobility, sustainability, leasing of locomotives, and export of rolling stock. Our strength lies in providing end-to-end solutions, that is from concept and feasibility study to detailed design, project management, and even supervision also. Over the past 5 decades, RIGHTS has delivered projects across Asia, Latin America, Middle East, and LAC region. Our international exposure ranges from railways in Ghana, highways in Botswana and Guyana, these both are Latin American countries, metro in Mauritius metro project is RIGHTS venture, and then ports in Myanmar and Indonesia, and airport in Nepal. We are present in all the diversified infrastructure transport consultancy across the globe, and we have successfully demonstrated and delivered the projects in the past. The global exposure enables us to bring international best practices while remaining sensitive to the local requirements. Apart from international presence, we are also present pan-India, and we are having our regional office in all the major cities of the country. We are not only offering our services in traditional infrastructure and consultancy services, we are very much into a niche segment such as bridges, tunnels, and even in roadway segment also. We are also in the business of leasing of locomotives and also in the business of exports of rolling stock. And presently, we are about to supply 200 coaches to Bangladesh, which will commence from next month. Now, I think this is the most important part, why RIGHTS matters for LAC. The conference is about building stronger India-LAC relationship, and I believe infrastructure can play a very important, strong pillar in that. Infrastructure not only creates economic growth, but it also creates connectivity, it also creates jobs, international competitiveness, and trade. RIGHTS already has a very successful track record in Latin America and the Caribbean region. In Colombo, we are associated with supply of rolling stock and locomotive maintenance. Similarly, in Chile and Peru, we have supplied locomotive spare parts. In Ghana, we have undertaken major highway assignments, including the East Bank East Coast Road Linkage Project, detailed design consultancy, and even the construction supervision of that particular project. These assignments, what we have delivered in past, demonstrate our ability to work successfully within the region and contribute to national infrastructure development. Now, what RIGHTS can offer to LAC? Because I can see a lot of business leaders and diplomats and delegates are there. So how we can contribute to national infrastructure development? Today's RITES offers a comprehensive range of services across infrastructure segments. So I will play one by one. I will not take much of the time. Like for railways and metros, we provide feasibility studies, DPRs, design consultancy, project management, and quality assurance. Similarly, for highways, we offer planning, engineering design, construction supervision, and asset management solutions. For ports, airports, urban mobility projects, we support government and agencies from concept to commissioning. In addition, RITES has significant experience in environmental and social impact assessments, sustainable mobility planning, and green infrastructure development. In short, we help transform infrastructure ideas into successfully implemented ideas. Friends, India and the LAC region are natural partners. The region possesses abundant natural resources, project delivery capabilities, and cost-effective solutions. At RITES, we see tremendous opportunities for collaboration in railways, highways, urban transport, logistics, ports, sustainability, and capacity building. We are not merely consultants. We aspire to be long-term partners with LAC region. I invite government, development agencies, and businesses across the LAC region to engage with RITES and explore how we can jointly create infrastructure that drives economic growth, connectivity, and shared prosperity. Thank you very much. I look forward to the meaningful discussion and partnership. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rakesh Gupta, for that wonderful presentation. And now it is my honor to invite our guest of honor, Dr. K.J. Alphonse, former Union Minister of Tourism, Independent Charge, and former Minister of State for Electronics and Information Technology, distinguished author, public figure, and long-standing friend of several countries across Latin America.
Your Excellencies, my batchmate Ambassador Katua, and members of the Federation of Indian Export Organization, ladies and gentlemen, I can't see the first row. Flowers just go away. So good morning, everybody. I was asking my very dear friend. No, it's okay. Yeah, Mr. Sayantan Chakravarty, whom I'm known for, what, 42 years? No, 32 years. Ever since I came as Commissioner of Delhi Development Authority in 1992, he was a senior correspondent with the Indian Express. So I've known him from those days. He used to put me on the front page of his newspaper every day. He looks the same. I mean, just telling him that he looks like Hollywood. Yeah. He hasn't aged one day after I met him 32 years back. I don't know what he eats, what he breathes. Certainly not Delhi air. It can't be. Yeah. So Your Excellency, very happy to see all the ambassadors from Latin America. I had the privilege when I was a tourism minister of visiting several Latin American countries. I will not name them because I went to 6 countries because there are 32 countries there. If I name them, I'll get into trouble with the other countries. So I shall not name which other countries to which I went. I was so fascinated because I grew up reading Marquez and Pablo and Neruda, and so I was always been fascinated. 2 years back, my son just disappeared into the Amazon for a whole month. He said, sorry, Dad, there won't be no mobiles, no connections. When I'm away, if I'm alive, I'll call you after 30 days. That's nice, isn't it, my elder son? And he called after 30 days, said, I'm alive. I had the most fantastic time of my life. I mean, it's incredible what Latin America is. Such an incredibly beautiful country, the Amazon forest, the people who are so fascinating. We went to so many of their cultural programs. The dances, you know, they are alive. People who are so completely alive when they get onto the dance floor. When they get to singing, I think it's amazing people. I'm really fascinated. And as former tourism minister, I'm so sad so few Indians go there. We all want to go to Thailand. For what? I mean, Thailand is not a bad place. But what? Yeah, Penang. I've been to all those places. But these Latin America is so fascinating in terms of culture. If we are a 10,000-year-old civilization, the Aztec civilization is as old as the Indian civilization, or even older, I don't know. So they have a very fascinating country. My friend Katwa, my batchmate, gave you all the numbers. He's a man for numbers. So am I. But I'm not going into numbers because he gave you all the numbers. This is not a happy situation in which we are an incredible country, greatly talented people, incredible brains, and then why is it that we do so little with Latin America, which is one of the most richest continents in the whole world? Why is that? Because you guys don't want to go. You guys are lazy. I'm sorry, I'm very blunt, I'm ruthless, if you know my history. When I came to Delhi as Commissioner DDA, I said, you touch 1 inch of my land and I'll blast your brain. Sorry, I'm ruthless. Not one illegal brick was laid when I was Commissioner DDA. I knocked on 14,310 illegal buildings of the mafia. I carried a gun all my life. My wife got beaten up, my kids got beaten up, but that's part of my job. Why aren't you guys going? You're all happy doing your little things. When you find that Kunal Shah has become, the chief of CEO of Meta, we all feel very happy. Why the hell CRED, which is an Indian company, be bought over by Meta, and then we feel so thrilled, another Indian on the top? Come on. Have a heart. Have self-respect. Create. Can keep it here. Why is that every guy who turns 10 million suddenly wants to sell? One of the biggest digital payment companies in the country is owned by the Chinese. I don't have a problem with Chinese, but why? Can we have that mobile off, please? Sorry, will you put that mobile off? This is our problem. I get distracted. This country needs to be more business-like. I'm a former bureaucrat. I was in the IAS for 27 years. I quit, I became independent MLA. I became independent charge of the tourism ministry. I was also in charge, junior minister for IT and electronics. We have some of the best products. Possibly, we are the global leader in digital payment. MX-Man, you agree with me? We are. I think this is one product, ambassadors, please take it to all the Latin American countries. Please take it. It's the cheapest and it's the best. Where else in the world will you find you go and have a sugarcane juice on the street, or you buy vegetables worth 5 rupees and you pay digitally? Today nobody carries the purse. I don't. And the poorest man in the country doesn't. These are some of the miracles which our Prime Minister Modi has done for India, and in innumerable sectors. Now, my problem is, we have a Prime Minister who's a great dreamer. Why don't we guys, 1.4 billion people, dream? No, we are not doing it. We are very happy dreaming like an ant. Dream like an elephant. Come on, dream like an elephant. Move. Grow bigger. I'll come to you later. We are very happy selling our IT services, doing coolie work for the foreigner. Very happy. And the moment we reach 10 million, very happy to sell it off. We are an incredible country with incredible people. Let's do it. I was Commissioner for Entrance Examination of Kerala. After being Commissioner at DDA, I went back to Kerala. Generally, it takes, for the NEET examination results to be declared, it takes 3 months, and then you have a problem, like the last one. I went to that office with just 24 people, no new computers, no new machines, no new people. In fact, I repatriated, sent one person away, and guess how many days we took to declare the results? 7 days. 7 days instead of 3 months. And my super specialty medical entrance examination, we had the examination in the morning, we declared the results in the afternoon. Is it possible? And 6 newspapers wrote editorials saying the entrance commissioner's office gets the first rank. Is it possible? So we Indians can do it. We are incredible. And our Prime Minister has shown that we could do miracles in this country. The kind of infrastructure that he has created in 12 years, no other country has ever created for the poor people of their country in 12 years. I don't want to go into numbers. It's going to take a long time. I asked Sayantan how many minutes I should speak. He said, no, you go on. I can speak the whole day and night, Sayantan. Yeah. And you guys won't go to sleep. Don't worry. I have very exciting stories. Rest of the stories I leave it to my book. My book has come out recently, my third book, The Winning Formula, 52 Ways to Change Your Life. I told the publisher the price has to be less than that of 1 kilo of chicken. So on Amazon, it costs just 300 rupees. Read it. It will change your lives. You exporters, you producers, it will change your life. I come from a village, son of a school teacher, who did not know one sentence in the English language. I scored 42% in my 10 board examination. And I became one of the toppers of the civil service, along with Katwa, in 1979. I was on the cover of Time magazine in 1994. I won the Best Collector Award. I won every award that's possible. I became an MLA, MP, Union Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, we can do it. And these are stories of 28 other people also in my book. Ordinary people who have done astounding things. I'll just stop with one case. When I was the district collector of Kottayam, a chap called FIEO Thomas, he was a peon in the medical college operation theatre. And he retired as a peon in the medical college. You know what he's done, this man? With no house, no assets, he's fed 7,500 people every day with breakfast, with lunch, with dinner in 5 hospitals in Kottayam for the past 45 years. Mr. FIEO Thomas. Is it possible? And he's got a home where he's got 100 disabled people at all 5-star facilities. How does he do it? Let me come to a very simple man. When the Prime Minister went to Kerala, he met a man called Sri Raman. What does he do? Sorry, no revolutions. He supplied so far about 200,000 tiny mud pots to families. He says, keep it on your window. Your 3-year-old daughter can put some water into that and birds will not die of dehydration. A 3-year-old girl can do it. Prime Minister met him and he went to watch it. Ladies and gentlemen, wake up. What we're doing is just not enough at all if we want to be a Viksit Bharat in 2014. Come on, wake up. Don't leave it to the Prime Minister. The message of my entire book is, don't leave it to anybody. Do it yourself. If I, an idiot from a village, if I could get the Best Collector Award for 4 years, making Kottayam the first 100% literate town in the country, taking my entire administration to the village, 2,000 people, which won the highest UN award. If I could knock down 14,000 illegal buildings and be alive, ladies and gentlemen, Indian industry, Indian exporters, Ajay can do 1,000,000 times better. Don't leave it to the government. We want to be spoon-fed. What is the government doing? Forget the government, yeah. Go, capture. Let's just do it. Let's be on fire. I'm on fire all the time. I'm 72. I still jog every day 5 kilometers. You come to IIC and see I'm in my jogging track. We are all very happy. We are all very happy doing the little things. Yeah, I have a house in Golf Links in Greater Kailash. I'm a very happy man. Sorry, that doesn't create a happy country. Thank you so much, Sayantan. This is a fantastic initiative. Let's meet more often. I think they must become our major trading partners today because we cannot depend on anybody. You know what I mean? There is no international law. There is no global order. Let's get together. All of us together. Let's create a beautiful world where everybody can live with dignity. Thank you so much.
Much, Dr. Alphonse, for that powerful and fiery address. So it seems like you haven't lost your fire from the days bygone. Thank you so much. So now, as a mark of our appreciation, may I request all dignitaries who participated in the inaugural session to kindly remain on stage for the presentation of commemorative mementos. The immense potential of India-LAC cooperation, we now move on to one of the most anticipated segments of LAC FIRST, which is the country presentations by the diplomatic representatives of Latin America and the Caribbean. These presentations will showcase investment opportunities, priority sectors, trade prospects, tourism potential, and areas of partnership with India. May I now ask Mr. Sayantan Chakravarty to moderate the sessions, please?
Ambassador of Argentina, he was right here. Can you just check whether he's, yeah, the Ambassador of Argentina, His Excellency Mr. Cochino, kindly join us here on the dais. And may I welcome the Ambassador of Cuba to India, His Excellency Mr. Juan Carlos Marsan Aguilera, on the dais. We have kept lunch at about 12 o'clock. And if we have 10 to 12 minute presentation, we may have time for another presentation. So I'm just checking if Your Excellency, Mr. Jason Keats Hall, High Commissioner of Jamaica, would you also want to join us on the dais? Although initially we had you after networking lunch, but we can have you now, if it's okay. Yes, yes, please. Please give them a big hand. Argentina, Cuba, Jamaica. We are going to proceed. Their Excellencies are going to be there in alphabetical order of countries. Okay. So we will begin with the presentation from Argentina, one of Latin America's largest economies and a global powerhouse in agriculture, food processing, energy, critical minerals. Home to vast lithium reserves and a growing technology sector, Argentina is increasingly emerging as an important partner for India in trade, energy, security, and investment. Please welcome the presentation from His Excellency Mr. Mariano Agustin Cochino, Ambassador of Argentina. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thanks to the organizers of this event. And I will speak like this because I'm a little short, and this is, the flowers are too tall, maybe. Well, in this case, it's better. There is a little platform. Alonso won't need this, but me, I need this. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody, again. As I was mentioning, I think this event is very important, so I would like to welcome and to thank the Indian Empire and the organizers for this opportunity. Every conversation today in this time we are living starts with the mentioning of that we are living in unpredictable times and terms of uncertainty and even of turmoil. But I think one thing that it is something that we can agree that it is true in the world, or that it's let's say a fact in the world, is that the global order is moving and is evolving to a situation in which Asia and the Indo-Pacific is becoming so and so important, and it is having an increasing importance in the world today. This started after the war with the rise or the resurgence, let's say, of Japan, then happened with the Asian tigers, then happened with the remarkable success of the Chinese transformation, and in the last decades with these impressive achievements that were made by India, especially since you opened the economy, and during the last administration, during the government of Prime Minister Modi, this remarkable success of having become the fourth largest economy. So I think that that is a fact, and this is something that we have to mention. We are living in one area of the world in which 60% of the population of the entire world lives here in this part of the world. 40% of the economy of the world is explained by Asian economies, and it will be growing because as the population in these countries is growing, with the difference of other areas of the world. So India's economy will continue growing, and it will become the third largest economy in a few years. At the same time, India has a goal of becoming a fully developed country in 2047, and we are convinced that in order to contribute to India's development ambitions, Latin American countries, the Caribbean countries, our nations are reliable partners to India. We are situated in an area of the world in which there are no major geopolitical problems, as a difference to other areas of the world which maybe are closer to you but have this disadvantage. And we are convinced that we have to work together in this field. In the case of Argentina, today Argentina is contributing to India's food security. It is starting to contribute to energy security, and we are already working in mining security. In the case of Argentina, the relationship has grown from 2.5 billion approximately 5 or 6 years ago to more than 5. We reached 6 billion last year. I think that the last thing I would like to say is that I think that efforts have to be made in order to continue growing. As Ambassador Katua was mentioning, he detailed the numbers during his presentation. I won't going to repeat that, but I think it's an effort that it has to be made from the two sides. From the Indian side, you are opening embassies there in the region. I hope you open the last that there are going to be open in all the countries in our region. And in our case, from our side, I can talk for Argentina, but I think that it is shared opinion by my colleagues. We have to pay more attention to India, to Asia, and that's why it is so important to be here today. It is so important to be able to serve here in this particular time of history. And I think that this seminar today is an example of what we can work together. So I will stop here. If there are questions later regarding the bilateral relations, I'm happy if I'm able to answer, but I don't want to talk too much. These are general remarks, and thanks once again, India Empire, for setting up this seminar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Cochino. India-Argentina relations are obviously, in your tenure, have seen massive growth. Now we move to the Caribbean and to Cuba. Cuba occupies a unique place in the Caribbean and Global South narrative. Renowned for its achievements in healthcare, biotechnology, and education, the country continues to explore new opportunities for international cooperation and economic engagement. Please welcome His Excellency, Mr. Juan Carlos Marcin Aguilera, Ambassador of Cuba, for the next presentation.
Well, a very good morning. I would like to start by thanking the India Empire and also the Federation of India Export Organization for convening this meeting today. I think it's very important, it's very useful in order to give you the opportunity to know more about our region, the different countries that are going to make this presentation here today, and also is an opportunity to find different areas in which we can strengthen our mutual cooperation. Well, I will make a short presentation. It won't take more than 5 minutes, but to bring more, the opportunity you to see some figures, I will make this presentation today. Well, Cuba, the next one. Sorry. Cuba is located in the Caribbean region. We are, as you see, in the entrance Gulf of Mexico. We have a very close, Mexico, for example, is only 110 miles. Also Jamaica, which is below Cuba, as you see, is 120 miles. Also Haiti and the Dominican Republic, and in the north, United States, that by the way is not a very friendly country to Cuba, but we can live together as neighbors and to find solutions and to have a more common understanding and to build together as neighbors. Is our what we offer. Well, we have a country of around 10 million inhabitants and 1,200 kilometers from east to west. I would like always to refer to the historical relations between our two countries, because India was one of the first Asian countries to recognize the Cuban Revolution in 1959. We opened embassies in Delhi and in Havana in 1960, so we are celebrating 66 years of bilateral diplomatic relations. And everybody, of course, bring in mind the visit of Che Guevara, Fidel Castro to India, but it is not remain the history, it's in the present as well. For example, last year there was an excellent meeting between the Prime Minister Modi Ji and the President of Cuba, Miguel Díaz-Canel. It was in Rio de Janeiro on the sidelines of the BRICS Summit. And this year, the Foreign Affairs Minister of Cuba also attended the ministerial BRICS meeting here in India, and we continue with this political dialogue at the very high level. But it's true that we should improve or upgrade our bilateral economic, commercial, and collaboration relations between the two countries. This is a challenge, and we are going to explain how can we reach this goal in the next years. Well, what do we offer to India? A privileged geographical location. All the countries has the same condition. The possibility to offer our country has a window, has a door in order to extend your business to Latin America and the Caribbean region. The political and social stability, legal protection as well, high qualified human capital, because you mentioned it, the education has been one of the core of the Cuban Revolution all these years, the scientific potential that allows us to develop a very strong biotechnology, pharmaceutical sectors, a growing opportunity for investments, and a portfolio that you can read in QR, and you can access to all the portfolio in which we offer more than 1,000 different opportunities for business. Whereas in the case of biotechnology, this is an asset that we really think that India and Cuba could have a very strategic partnership. In the last 20 years, we have developed joint ventures and a very strong bilateral commerce between our two countries in biotechnology. And we are offering now a new approach to India in co-production, in co-research, but also in transfer technology. And we have some excellent products that has been developed by the Cuban research and scientists in our country, for example, combating these diabetic food users that unfortunately India is a capital of diabetics, unfortunately, because more than 80 million people suffer this disease, and 50% of them usually goes for amputation for their feet. And this can be avoided by this vaccine that we have developed in our country, with excellent results that has been tested in more than 20 countries so far. Also, we have some important, a portfolio of innovative biotechnology products of Cuba is very big. We have more than 20 innovative products that we can offer to the Indian companies, and we are in negotiations with some of them in order, for example, to combating cancer or some degenerative diseases as well, and others. Also, it's in BioAgro, we are also have an excellent products that we can offer also for Indian companies as well. And the different, as I mentioned, different approach to India. For example, in license and co-development agreements, contract manufacture, scientific cooperation, and joint ventures, representation distribution agreement, and foreign investment in Cuba. All of these are, and transfer technology. All of these are on the table today in order to discuss bilaterally. In agro-food, we are also offering to India the possibility to use some of productive land that we are in Cuba. 30% of the land in Cuba, we can upgrade the production, the efficiency, the productivity, if we have the access to appropriate technology. And India is a reference in this sector. You have self-sufficient, almost 22% of the consumption of Indian food is produced in this country, and we can cooperate together in this sector. I have been in connection with some Indian companies. I have visited some states, and there is a motivation to, to accompany Cuba in this, the possibility to produce more in our country, in different specific, for example, in rice or in sugar cane. We have the expertise, we have the human capital, we need some resources in order to recapitalize the industry, but the revenues can be assured in the short time because all the conditions are in the country to assure these results. Also, these are new decisions that has been taken by the Cuban government in order to attract foreign investors to our country. For example, the possibility to hand over the land for 50 years to foreign companies to stabilize their business in our country. Production focus on export, because we have a very small market in Cuba, 10 million. But once you cover the needs of this internal market, you can export the huge majority of percentage of the production. Free recruitment of workforce, wholesale marketing of production to an economic actor within the country, of course, abroad. Well, we have also developed this special development zone in Mariel, just 50 kilometers from Havana, that offers also the possibility to establish your business there with new facilities in all the different sectors that you find in the right side of the slides. New business opportunity, also as part of this decision, in order to, to grow or to have more possibility for the private sector in Cuba to play a more important role in the Cuban economy, but also to connect with foreign partners. And this new facility to encouragement of foreign investment in private companies here in our country, including 100% of the property. Expansion of economic association contracts, extending surface rights to 99 years and usufruct rights to 50 years, as I mentioned before. Authorization for real estate businesses to engage in buying and selling activities, increasing flexibility in the financial operation of foreign investors and the participation in foreign capital and the financial banking sectors. This presentation will remain here. If some of you would like to copy, you can read more carefully and more in details. And if you have any questions, will be today during the B&B meeting, or any time you can call to the embassy. I would like to introduce also Guadalupe Frometa, which is the Deputy Head of Mission and in charge of the economic and commercial relations between India and Cuba. He will be here in the afternoon, but in any moment, we will be open to receive you in our embassy to share more details and to go more in the concrete business. In mining also, there are opportunities in different metallic ores and non-metallic. And in tourism, as you mentioned, it is one of the focus of this meeting. I think Cuba could be, as a part of the Caribbean and Latin American countries, as mentioned the minister, the Union Minister before, that Latin America could be, I can say, an amazing destination for Indians, and Cuba as part of this. Well, it is my presentation. I will be a great pleasure to convey this message to you today. And as I mentioned, we are open to meet anytime. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Excellency, for that wonderful presentation, very detailed, and I'm sure that our exporter friends who are here will be able to take advantage of the business to government session that will follow in the afternoon and ask direct questions of Madam who is present here. Now we move on to the next presentation that will come from Jamaica. Jamaica is known worldwide for its culture, music, and sporting excellence. I'm sure many of you who would be cricket enthusiasts would have heard of a number of famous Jamaican cricketers over the years, not least Michael Holding. Jamaica is also a dynamic Caribbean economy with strengths in tourism, logistics, services, and investment. The country continues to deepen its partnership with India across a range of sectors. Only last month, External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar was in Jamaica, and India gifted a scoreboard to Jamaica at the Sabina Park in Kingston. You can see the picture here in the latest issue of the magazine, which you can pick up, or if it's already not available to you. To hear more on Jamaica and the Caribbean, I welcome His Excellency Mr. Jason Keats Hall, High Commissioner of Jamaica. Thank you.
I prefer to stand on this. Good morning, namaste. You know, there's a certain level of somnolence that precedes lunch, so I am in a very awkward position. I would use the guns of Dr. Alphonse to wake everybody up, but I'll pass. Mind you, I wanted to correct Dr. Alphonse, but when he mentioned the gun, I decided to keep it to myself because he repeatedly spoke about Latin America and didn't mention the Caribbean. And this is a recurring theme for me in India. I also would like to just draw your brief attention to the India Empire magazine, Mr. Editor. There are some geographical fallacies here. You have labeled Cuba, Jamaica, Dom Rep, St. Kitts and Nevis, and Trinidad and Tobago is in St. Lucia. Anyway, this is something that it's unfortunate that it is in print in so many copies, but obviously it is imperative and impatient of correction. You know, one of our jobs here as ambassadors is to generate awareness. And I walk around proudly with my flag. People always point it out to me. I said, it's not a flag, it's a hole in my jacket through which my heart shines. But they always remarked me, Africa. And you know, it's because we gave South Africa a little piece of our flag when they became independent. But my quick response to them is that no, this country is not in Africa, but Africa is in this country right next to India. Now, you know, to give you all a little bit of historical perspective, because it's quite fascinating that 500 years ago, everybody in this hemisphere became Indian. And that's because one seaman, one Christopher Columbus, was looking for a new route to reach India. And so it's somewhat ironic that rather than reaching India, he reached the Caribbean. Now, 500 years later, we are trying to get India to reach the Caribbean. I tend to refrain from a linear perspective of history simply because my learnings here in India have taught me otherwise. Time tends to be, if you read your yugas and kalpas, Vedas, Upanishads, they all speak to a cyclical nature of time. And so it's not sufficient to think of time as now versus then, or when versus then. But that historical perspective of 500 years ago, first being under a discovered by Columbus, we're all Indians, North American Indians as it were, and then 300 years after that discovery, through British colonialism and what have you, we have the actual arrival of Indians. So in Jamaica, we have a very significant Indian population, which contributes majorly to every aspect of society. Speaking of population, you know, Jamaica is roughly the size of the northeastern state of Tripura, with a mere 2.8 million people in Jamaica. There are, so just under 3 million in Jamaica. There are just over 3 million Jamaicans outside of Jamaica in our diaspora located throughout North America and Europe. And there are something to the tune of 63 million made in Jamaica because it is the #1 honeymoon destination in the world. So I leave that with you. Earlier, the editor spoke about this event being a corridor, and of course that term resonates with me because my last name is Hall. But I like to think of it as being a bridge, because that is essentially what we need. Even though it was formed 200 years ago with the arrival of Indians known as indentured laborers, which is really a fancy term for slavery. We now need to reestablish the connection between our region and India. So our objectives here today are threefold. One, we want to generate more awareness. We want to facilitate multiple exchanges. And by exchanges, I'm talking about government to government, G to G, B to B, and I dare say P to P. But in Jamaica, the land of one love, we deal with H to H, which is heart to heart. Right. So I'm going to go through this presentation really quickly. If I could have the first slide. And when I say quickly, I mean Usain Bolt style. So I mentioned the fact that we are a major honeymoon destination. We're also a major tourism destination. So we like to think of it as Jamaica, as success having an address. Mind you, but we'll get into that further on. One of the key things that I'm really proud of is our government's ability to reduce our debt to GDP ratio. And this is a very significant feature because this speaks to a very vibrant economic sector. And this sector is bolstered by very firm, decisive policies around foreign direct investment. There are no restrictions on repatriation of profit. No foreign exchange controls. And of course, as everybody else does, we have a suite of competitive incentives encouraging businesses to come to Jamaica. There are fiscal incentives, special economic zones, and a number of others. This slide is particularly interesting because it gives you a sense of exactly where Jamaica lies. Now, a traditional commercial aircraft can fly 17.5 hours without stopping, and we lie just outside of that range. So as a result, there's no direct flight from India to Jamaica. But I will say this, there's no visa requirement for holders of Indians' passports to Jamaica. I don't think many people here can say that. But what you see here, what this slide emphasizes is a high level of connectivity. Within that purple radius, that purple circle, lies approximately 50% of the entire population of the Western Hemisphere. So Jamaica is within a 4-hour flight radius of 50% of the population of the Western Hemisphere. And with 945 flights weekly, which is astounding, calling across 3 international airports, getting a direct flight from India should not really be that much of an obstacle. Our sea connectivity is what we're really renowned for, because that is how, as I mentioned earlier, we came to discover Columbus. He thought himself in India, lost on a beautiful Jamaican beach, and it is because of our geographic location, which sits right at the intersection of north-south and east-west. You'll hear talk about many logistical nodes here, chief among them the principal one in our region, which is the Panama Canal. But what Jamaica offers is that you have a term called post-Panamax, which is a ship that is too large to traverse through the canal. And so those ships don't go to Panama, they come to Jamaica, so that the containers can be transshipped onward through the canal. So we have a very unique relationship, Jamaica and Panama, partly because we helped build the canal with the Indians that came there, who came from Jamaica, but also because of that geographic connection and synergistic relationship as it relates to logistics. So if you look at the Port of Kingston, there are over 3.2 million TEU capacity. That figure has since increased. And so with over 25 major international shipping lines calling Jamaica, it is indeed one of the mainstays. Recently, just after the visit of Foreign Minister Jaishankar, we had the port call of the USSS Nimitz, which is the largest aircraft carrier in the world, and that docked up in Kingston. And you know, it was slightly controversial because of all that's happening in the region, but the truth is that ship was there because that's the only port that could accommodate it. It's the 7th largest naturally occurring harbor in the world, with a complete suite of maritime services that range from shipping, bunkering, ship repair, chandlering, the full suite of shipping and maritime sector. So our key sectors are logistics, obviously, in terms of opportunities for investment, and this is fueled by the connectivity with significant market reach across not just the Caribbean region, CARICOM, but the wider Central American region, the North American region, and of course the South American region. Global digital services speak to not just call centers, not just outsourcing in a sense, but this is an area where Jamaica is carving out a niche for itself as the leading outsourcing nearshore destination because of our proximity to the US, because of our native capacity in English, and because of the highly skilled and trained workforce. Jamaica is an ideal location for knowledge process outsourcing. Here you see a number of the international companies that are based there, and you'll see 2 major Indian ones, HGS and Sutherland. Agribusiness. Agribusiness is something that's very near and dear to me because there's something about Jamaican produce. You know, driving around Jamaica, you see in our flora great similarity with India. The trees are all the same, the flowers are all the same, and this is thanks to that 300, 200 year ago proposition when Indians came to Jamaica and they brought their flora with them. Among that, we were so grateful for these gifts that we decided to teach you how to play cricket properly. And so it's a win-win when you think about agriculture in Jamaica. And you know, I'll reflect on one brief example. So because of our terrain and our rainfall and our geographic positioning, just like how wine has a terroir, you know, the French talk about the terroir, the elements that contribute to make the wine, so too Jamaica has elements that contribute to make whatever we produce unique. So that's why Jamaican rum is geographically indicated. Very few other countries have geographically indicated rum. That's why Jamaican Blue Mountain coffee is highly sought after, because it's so unique. The Alfonso mango came to Jamaica on those trips earlier, and today we call it the Bombay mango. But one of the first things I urge you to do is come to Jamaica in mango season and taste what the Alfonso has become. And this will give you a clear indication of why it is so special. So there are unique opportunities in agribusiness that span a number of areas. Certainly, the land size may seem small, but the quality of product produced demands the highest price on world markets. The entire production of Blue Mountain coffee in Jamaica is done in one day in Colombia, or half a day in Brazil. But 1 pound of Jamaican coffee is worth 20 times a pound of Colombian coffee. I mentioned tourism, and this is an area near and dear to me, being a former servant of the tourism industry. And as I said, Jamaica has been a tourism destination for centuries, dating back to when the early banana boats used to come across. The English would, reserve a few cabins for some rich British aristocracy. So you might even say Jamaica was the birthplace of modern day tourism, certainly modern day cruise tourism. Currently we see approximately 4 million tourists per annum, approaching 5. But we have an aggregation of some of the finest resorts, something for every single passion point. Passion point are what drives people to travel. And in Jamaica, we like to differentiate, even though we speak about tourism, we like to differentiate between a tourist and a traveler. A tourist will come and take a selfie, but a traveler goes and learns something new, and in so doing learns something about themselves. And so that is what Jamaica offers from a tourism standpoint. So as it relates to an investment proposition, one of the main attractive factors about it is that we consistently have the highest average daily rate. That's the rate that you pay in a hotel as a guest. Why is that important? Because people looking to invest are looking for a return on their investment. Now, I believe that there's a ripe opportunity to have one of your major Indian hotelier brands come to Jamaica and have a major real estate developer partner with them from here, reach Jamaica, build a hotel, manage it, and reap these tremendous benefits, all while catering to a significant Indian diaspora in the North America, as well as new and emerging markets. So there you have it in a nutshell. We are located in Vasant Vihar, the Jamaican High Commission, on Jamaica Marg. So I invite you all to please, if you have an interest in Jamaica, to take the time and come and visit us. We have a cultural center where we share a lot of our history. If you come at the right time, you might get a sip of rum or a sip of coffee. Either way, you're always welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for that wonderful presentation of yours. And yes, you pointed out the flaw in the map, and it is indicative, and we will take care that we rectify it in our future editions, definitely.
It was a poor map in the first place that got us called Indians.
Correct. I always say if Christopher Columbus hadn't forgotten his way, then we would be talking to each other in terms of hola hermano and not hello, how are you? We had decided that we'll have early lunch, so we will stick to it. And I'm glad to say that we are sticking to our timetable. It's around noon. So lunch, you can have it a relaxed way. We have 1.5 hours for lunch, but please be back here on time because there are many presentations post-lunch. And the questions you can have post-presentations, because right now we'll break for lunch. If you want the questions, you always have the business to government session where you can ask questions. Sorry, and even before that. To present mementos to our dignitaries here on stage. Mr. Gandhi is the managing director of AMNEX, the AMNEX LAC FIRST, so they have gladly been our title sponsors. So can we have the planters, please?
Turn to the auditorium a few minutes before the session recommences. Thank you so much.
We are going to continue another exciting segment of countries' presentations. Like we did just before lunch, we had 3 presentations. We are just waiting for the ambassador of Guatemala. He had just said that he's on his way. He's just arriving in a few minutes, so we'll just wait to have him on stage. We would then have, in this particular segment, we would have representations from Guatemala, Panama, Chile, and Dominican Republic. I don't know if the gentleman from Dominican Republic is here or not. I haven't seen him. Dominican Republic? Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, of course. Yeah, I see you there. And Mexico, I don't see. Mr. Ricardo Delgado. Maybe he will arrive late. I have a message that Ambassador of Paraguay will be joining at around 2:45. So if I may request Ambassador of Panama, His Excellency Mr. Alonso Correa Miguel, to come up on stage, please. If I may request, and we will of course wait for the Ambassador of Guatemala to join. And from Chile, if I may request Mr. Jorge Loyola, the Commercial Director of the Embassy of Chile. Please, sir, please welcome. And may I please welcome Mr. Gerardo Giglio, Head of International Cooperation, Embassy of the Dominican Republic. If the Mexican gentleman arrives, we'll call him, but so far, yes. And yeah, and in the next round, we will have the Ambassador of Paraguay and Peru and Venezuela. That will be our country presentation segment. After that, we will get into the business to government segment, where many of you will be keenly anticipating that segment, and you can directly address your queries directly with the embassies. And that segment will happen in another segment of the building. We will guide you there after this segment. Would any of you like to take questions after this presentation, or would you like to do the B2G? B2G is better. B2G is better. Okay. Okay. So just waiting for Ambassador Castaneda. He'll be here any minute. I just spoke with him. He's just probably just coming in very, very soon, and we'll start the session. Thank you. His Excellency, Mr. Omar Lisandro Castaneda Solares, Ambassador of Guatemala. Thank you for being back. So that completes the group of 4 that we have now for the presentations. So may I start with Guatemala. Located in the heart of Central America, Guatemala combines a rich cultural heritage with a growing economy and a strategic position linking both North and South America. It offers opportunities across manufacturing, agriculture, infrastructure, and trade. Please welcome His Excellency Mr. Omar Lisandro Castaneda Solares for his presentation. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Very good afternoon to all of you. Namaste. It's a great pleasure to be here. And I want to thank Mr. Sayantan Chakravarty, Director of India Empire Magazine, Dr. Ajay, Director also of the Federation of Indian Exports, FIEO, dear members of the different chambers of commerce and trade, honorable colleagues, ambassadors, high commissioners, chargé d'affaires, and colleagues. It's a pleasure to be here in this India-LAC business meeting sponsored by India Empire and also ANMEX and FIEO. As always, as my colleagues have said before, it is a good way of showing you the importance and the strategic linkages that you can find for you, for your business, and also for our business in the Latin American and the Caribbean region. As Ambassador of Guatemala to India, I'm so happy to be in this beautiful country. 3 years ago, I presented my credentials on 15th of February 2023. And as my president, Bernardo Arevalo, has indicated many times, Guatemala is a beacon of opportunities in Central America with a stable economy, a strategic location, and a favorable business environment. Guatemala's economic stability and growth is evident with a strong legal framework, transparent institutions, and a proactive approach to investment facilitation. Guatemala offers a safe and conducive environment for business to succeed. Guatemala also has demonstrated remarkable resilience and stability, growing by 3.7% to 4.2% annually. As Dr. Chakravarty said also, my country has a strategic location in the center of the American continent, which connects North and South America, offering privileged access to key markets for Indian investors and businessmen, facilitating trade and connectivity, whether you seek to establish manufacturing facilities, explore sectors such as food and beverages, renewable energy, pharmaceuticals, or taking advantage for tourism and health services ecosystem. Guatemala offers a wealth of opportunities, and we have a specific agency that works for investors and business, which is Pro-Guatemala. Pro-Guatemala is the Guatemalan official government agency for foreign direct trade investment and for the promotion, attraction, and facilitation of business. It is working directly under the aegis of the Ministry of Economy of Guatemala, and we can also provide more information to all those interested to do business specifically through this agency. Beyond the business landscape, Guatemala's rich cultural Mayan and colonial heritage, landscapes, and warm hospitality offers a unique and living experience to the visitor. For many Indians, Guatemala also has become much more attractive because there are several Indian weddings, particularly organized in the colonial city of Antigua, Guatemala. Guatemala and India enjoy cordial bilateral relations and a friendship of more than 54 years. And since the opening of resident embassies, both in Guatemala City and here in New Delhi, the trade, investment, and commercial relations have reached more than $600 million US, equivalent to approximately 60 crores. Very important also to inform you, for traveling purposes, Indian citizens who hold a valid visa from the United States of America, Mexico, Canada, or Schengen will not require a visa to enter Guatemala. Unfortunately, at this moment, there is no direct connection between India and any country in the Latin American and Caribbean region, but we are working also with my colleagues of LAC region to find a way to see how we can bridge this gap. Any other information that you might need, please visit us at the embassy and also visit our website, which is guatemalainindia.com. It is important also to mention for you and for the clarity also of saving our time that we do not work with any organization in terms of passport issuance, visa issuance, or verification of documents. All the documentation that we do it in the embassy. So it's easy and it's important for telling you and for their information. If you come to the embassy and you require those services, you can quickly get a response from one day to the other, but we do not have any other service or work with another third party in terms of visa issuances or any kind of passport or additional information that you require for traveling. If you want to come and visit us, please do it. Visit our website or also visit us in the embassy after sending us the information that you require. And also I would like to let you know that we have a small clip, so if it can be played right now, we will be grateful. And we are working also with Mr. David Vargas, Minister Counselor, who is in the back. In case you need any more information, we'll be happy to do so. Thank you so much, Daniel, and please play the clip. Thank you very much.
We are more than 3,000 years of history, culture, art, and devotion. We are an amazing green paradise that emerges between breathtaking volcanoes, mountains, rivers, lakes, and oceans. Everything you can imagine is here in one place, full of beautiful landscapes where friendly, hard-working, entrepreneurial people live. We are an example of relentless, multi-skilled, and qualified workforce, of highly competitive and creative people. We are unbeatable. And you know what? We are the most important strategic, political, and economic zone in the region that connects the South, Central, North, and the Caribbean of the Americas. We are a global intersection with great potential for investment and trade opportunities. Today, we show the world everything we are and what we're made of.
Guatemala, Central America's engine, welcomes you to the preferred global investment destination. Located between the Atlantic and the Pacific Oceans, Guatemala offers an array of logistical and productive opportunities. After facing challenging times, our country has continued to show resilience and determination. We have established ourselves as an ideal destination for investments, with a diversified economy, a strengthened industry, and a promising service sector. We are the largest economy of the region, where 4 out of 10 products are made in Guatemala. As global value chains are shifting, we have prepared to embrace industries, seeking nearshoring as an alternative to supply important markets. Our pharmaceutical sector has proven its efficiency, confirmed by the presence of more than 42 companies that comply with international standards and supply foreign markets such as North and Central America. We have also become one of the best destinations for the outsourcing of services activities. Our government is determined to attract more investments, with incentives and ease of doing business. Guatemala has embarked on a revamping of its infrastructure to become an intermodal logistic platform. Competitive energy costs, preferential access to main markets, and our political and macroeconomic stability makes us your first-class business location. We are prepared to be your next investment destination. Invest in Guatemala, Central America's engine.
Formidable presentation. Thank you, Ambassador Castaneda, for that presentation. And I'm sure many of you would be interested in talking to his team later on. From Guatemala, we move to a very close neighboring almost country, Panama. Few countries punch above their weight, quite like Panama. Home to the world-famous Panama Canal, the country serves as a critical gateway for global commerce, connecting oceans, markets, and continents. Panama's strengths in logistics, finance, and connectivity make it a natural partner for Indian businesses. I'm told that the Panamanian embassy in India is almost 98 years old. 98, yes, so it's incredible. Please welcome His Excellency Mr. Alonso Correa Miguel, Ambassador of Panama, for his presentation. Thank you.
How's everyone doing? I know it's after lunch, so I'll be very brief. I had a very long PowerPoint coming up, but I'm going to skip it. First, I want to start asking you a question. Who can tell me which two countries border Panama? They also almost give you the answer, so which one can tell me the two countries that border Panama? Costa Rica, one, very good, and the other one? Ah, very nice. So you know where Panama is geographically. It's very good. Now, what does Panama has that any other country right here in this meeting have? Is, I think, the ability to be a bridge between continents, because I don't like this type of events. I don't like these seminars, conferences, because it becomes some sort of tournament between embassies. And I don't think that embassies from such a conjoined and unite region should be playing against ourselves and trying to put a stick in our wheels. Because we are the ones that hold the key for the chest that you're trying to unlock. India is trying to reach $7 trillion for 2040. You're not going to make it if you don't see into America. You're not going to make it if you don't go and invest in America and the Caribbean. America is a continent. And it's not a lack of gateways or platforms or whatever you can call it. Those are excuses. Because, well, you have this investment, this refinery, $300 billion refinery in US, in Brownsville, being made by an Indian company. Those $300 billion also should have been invested in Latin America and the Caribbean. You know, we have a lot of resources that you are looking for. We have critical minerals, we have gas, we have oil, we have logistics, we have financial, we have ports, we have a canal. And I'm not talking about Panama only, because I know that for you that come from India, that's 1.4 billion people, the largest country in the world, and the sixth largest country by dimension, eighth, I think, seventh. Latin America, it's like a UP. But that's where you're wrong, because Latin America is the longest continent in the world, and it has a great characteristic that is nowhere to be found. If you're very lucky, you can speak only one language from north to south. And you will find people, very, very, very kind people that will host you like you're part of a family from north to south. And that's something that you're missing. You're missing the greater view. That's the ability to reach an area, a region, a continent that will host you like you're in home. Just like Jamaica hosts Indians 200 years ago, just like Panama hosts Indians. In the last part of the 19th century, when 3 men from Gujarat reached Panama to build a railroad, and they stayed there, and they created the largest Spanish-speaking Indian community. So you have roots, deep roots, and very old roots, growing in the middle of the continent, but you're not using it. I'll speak a little bit, and I'll just show you one image of my presentation that is, oh, this is all very, very interesting. This is one. You see all those blue lines, those maritime routes. Almost none of them come to India. China has routes, and direct ports connecting to Panama. India has none. Why? And this is the important one, and the one I was going to talk about. This is the Panama Canal and all the logistical hubs that are near to it. In this 80-kilometer stretch, it's the 6% of the global economy, 40% of the US maritime economy, maritime trade, and nearly 60% of the Latin American trade goes through here. Here you have the largest free trade zone in the world, the Colón Free Trade Zone. Here you have 2 international airports. Here you have an oleoduct and gasoduct, and 22 ports that can be used by Indian companies. You're trying to sell to me products because some of you have approached me trying to sell something. I'm not the buyer. I'm the one that will point you to go and use Panama as a gateway so your products reach other markets. From Panama, you can serve 60% of the global GDP using their logistical hubs, their free trade zones, and this beautiful canal that we have. That Jamaicans, Indians, Africans, Chinese, Irish, Europeans in general, Americans and Panamanians help to build. It's a global asset, very critical global asset now in this era of uncertainty in maritime routes. You have the Panama Canal as a secure and peaceful maritime route. So next time you think about going and investing in any country, in Latin America, in any country of the Caribbean, think about Panama and how Panama can help you. Because this thing here is not being used by Indian companies. Panama is being ignored, neglected. Why? Well, you tell me. We have, as you already heard, a mission that it's almost 100 years old. We opened our first consul general here in Calcutta in 1928. You opened an embassy in 1973. Panama opened an embassy in 1981. So we have very old diplomatic relationships. But ask, why does the economic relationships are not there? So next time, again, when you think about America, when you think about the Caribbean, when you think about the American and the Caribbean market, think about Panama. Thank you.
Thank you for that excellent presentation, Excellency. Indeed, there's a lot to sort of discover about the Panama Canal, which is definitely underutilized by India, which is a great point that you make. May I now talk about Chile? You all know, stretching along the South America's Pacific coast, Chile has built a reputation for economic stability, innovation, and global connectivity. It is a leading producer of copper and a key player in the critical minerals sector, making it an increasingly important partner for India's industrial growth. For details, may I please welcome Mr. Jorge Loyola, the Commercial Director of the Embassy of Chile.
I see that the guy over there is probably it's missing part of the presentation because he has taken a lovely nap from here. I have a quiz before I start with the presentation. And of course, allow me to exclude the esteemed ambassadors and colleagues from the Latin American missions. We have been talking about LAC, LAC FIRST, sounds lovely, right? But how many of you have been to Latin America? 3, 4, 5. So it's more or less around the same ratio of the last time we went. That's the nature of the challenge. The High Commissioner from Jamaica pointed a slight mistake on the magazine, and this goes around the same page, as in, this is the nature of the challenge that we have, right? Bringing distant nations together. And we are not that distant after all. As it was appointed before, sorry, as it was pointed out before, when Columbus arrived to Latin America, he thought he found a new road to India. And up until now, the word in Spanish that we use for indigenous people is Indians, which actually Indians is someone who is born in India, right? So at the end of the day, we're not that different after all. In fact, when I jump in meetings, many people think that I'm Indian, that I look like a Punjabi or something. I probably stole the look. I promise that I will learn the language really soon, but this is the similarities that we have, right? And I can put together a PowerPoint, I can throw like lots of numbers, but at the end of the day, the message that I want to take away after my presentation is first, yes, we are far away, but B, we are not that different after all. And third, if we want to overcome and if we want to grow together, the only way is cooperation. I'm gonna put some video, I hope it works. Sometimes technology helps, sometimes technology doesn't. No, this time it didn't play in my favor. So let me just walk you very quickly through my country. We have, if the colleague was saying about the fact that we all speak Spanish in Latin America, yes. But we are that distant cousin who lives like super far away and speak the weird Spanish. This is Chile. And as a matter of fact, when I speak with my colleagues who speak Spanish, I have to standardize the way that I speak Spanish because otherwise no one will understand what I'm saying. So Chile is well known basically for being isolated. In the north, we have a desert, one of the driest deserts. On the east, we have the Andes Mountains. In the south, we have the Antarctic, and on the west, we have the Pacific Ocean. So we are very much isolated, which is lovely for our agri products, basically, because it acts as a phytosanitary barriers. We have a solid democracy. You have cricket. We, Latin America, love football. So we say that we are a land of poets. It was appointed Pablo Neruda, and also football players. Unfortunately, we didn't make it to the World Cup this year, but we really hope that we can make it next year. What I'm trying to say is a very diverse country. Why Chile? Well, here are a little bit the numbers, but I want you to stay with two main points from the presentation. Even though we are a small economy, through our treaties, we have access to around 5 billion of people and around to 88% of the global GDP. So of course, Panama has a canal. We have the trade agreements which allows Chile to decrease a little bit the distance between Chile and other countries. A little bit of what we export, apart from Chilean who looks like Indians. We are the top exporters of salmon and trout, the second worldwide exporters of grapes, and third, we are the third largest exporter of cellulose, and so on and so forth. India and Chile. Well, we have a partial trade agreement which allow our exports to tap into India with preference tariff. That was expanded in 2017, and now after the visit of former President Boric, we are negotiating a comprehensive economic partnership agreement with the aim to take our relationship to the next level. And then from 23 up until now, our exports have increased by 6 times to India, if we put together copper and lithium in the equation. Top food exports that you can find here. Walnuts, I would say that walnuts are our ambassadorial products. So 80% of the walnuts that you consume for Diwali come from Chile. So bear in mind for when you bring a walnut to your mouth in Diwali. Kiwis, apples are doing quite well. Kiwis is a nice example of how a foreign product it's really becoming like interesting here because of the health properties. And wine, of course. I'm going to skip that a little bit. So we have been doing quite well when it comes to agri-products, right? What I said already about walnuts, fresh fruit, etc. And now the message that I want to get, and this is the second point, is diversification. We're doing great, but there are many, many, many more things to be done, right? So we are diversifying into 3 main verticals. First is technology and innovation. There are amazing, amazing things happening in Chile. And also, and equally, amazing things happening in India. The problem is the bridge. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to bridge those gaps. The best example is we launched the first soft landing program to Asia for Chilean companies who are able to come into Asia, and India is one of them. We just launched it a few months ago, and now we are working with a couple of Chilean startups with the aim to bring it to India. Our main sectors are fintech, mining, agri-tech, and aquatech. Basically, Chile is a very long and thin country, right? So at the north, we have a mining hub where all the mines are located. In the center, we have like our valleys where our fresh produce is being done. So it's a really, really cool ecosystem of entrepreneurs doing cool stuff around that. And in the south, we have aquaculture, of course, and down south, we have a wind generation power station as well. If you want to have more details, of course, you can scan on the QR code. So basically, what we are trying to do is we are trying to, as I said before, build those bridges, right? So we are going from prospecting the market through market series, basically telling the story, right? Because up until recently, at least to Chile, India was like a Pandora box, right? It was everyone knew that some cool things were happening, but no one knew what. And I think that the key thing is to build bridges in the same way that I'm talking about my country, just to share what is actually happening and decrease that knowledge gap. Second, creative industries. I was shocked when I learned why Spain became such a tourist destination. And as I understand, there is this film that I always forget the name, about the 3 bachelors who go to Spain, right? And after that, Spain became like one of the top destinations, and people actually started to learn Spanish. As a matter of fact, my team, they speak all Spanish because of that. They joined Cervantes and so on and so forth. So the power of creative industries to tell the story and to help us decrease that knowledge gap is something that we as Chile are trying to tap into. Of course, I say already, there's nothing that I can do in order to decrease the 15,000 kilometers which separates Chile with India. But we are doing through webinars, roadshows, we're bringing Chilean companies here. I understand that soon, I really hope the FIEO is going to bring a delegation to Chile and Argentina. So those are ways in which we can collaborate and decrease that gap. India. Chile built the first public accelerator worldwide, which was called Startup Chile. The program was successfully exported to many, many, many countries, India being one of them. More than 10 years after that program, India is actually the 5th nation where the entrepreneurs come to Chile. So there are really cool things happening, and I really welcome you to tap into those opportunities. And if the first message was, cool, this is Chile, we are a very long and thin country, we're producing walnuts, fresh produce, and copper. The second message that I want to get across is we are diversifying, we are working with innovation, with entrepreneurship, and also with creative industries. And the third is where to contact us, right? So this is my team and I. We are sector agnostic, which is a nice way to say that we work with every sector. But what we do are 3 things, and I want to be super clear with this. One is export promotion. So I help Chilean companies willing to export to India, right? The second is we support FDI, foreign direct investment, as in Indian companies willing to invest. And by invest, I mean setting up a company, hiring people, etc. And third, we do tourism. Unfortunately, I don't have the capability to help Chilean Indian exporters. But we have this saying in Chile, which is, if I don't know the answer, I may know someone who may have. So in this case, please contact the Indian embassy in the countries and also the local chamber of commerce. They will be in the best place to help you. And with that, I really hope that I didn't extend my presentation. Thank you so very much. I think that I missed a little bit and I failed because the guy over there is still sleeping. I'm so sorry. I think that my presentation wasn't as good as I planned. Thank you so very much.
Mr. Loyola, for that excellent presentation. We come to Dominican Republic, which has emerged as one of the Caribbean's fastest growing economies, powered by tourism, manufacturing, logistics, and services. Its strategic location and business-friendly environment makes Dominican Republic a gateway to the Caribbean markets. We are delighted to welcome Mr. Gerardo Giglio, Head of International Cooperation, Embassy of the Dominican Republic. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished ambassadors, representatives of governments and international organizations, members of FIEO, business leaders, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to participate in the LAC FIRST conference and to represent the Dominican Republic in this important dialogue between India, Latin America, and the Caribbean. I would like to thank the organizers and the Federation of Indian Exporters Organizations for bringing together governments, businesses, and institutions to explore new opportunities for cooperation between our regions. Today, India stands as one of the world's most dynamic economies and increasingly influential global partner. At the same time, Latin America and the Caribbean offer significant opportunities for trade, investment, and economic collaboration. Within this context, the Dominican Republic is uniquely positioned. It's uniquely positioned in the heart of the Americas with its uniquely bridge between India and the Americas. Over the years, our country has built a strong reputation for macroeconomic stability, democratic governments, legal certainty, and openness in foreign investment. This strength has enabled the Dominican Republic to become the largest economy in the Caribbean and the second largest country with the GDP growth in Latin America. Our geographic position provides a unique strategic advantage. We're located at the crossroads of the Americas. The Dominican Republic offers immediate access to major regional markets. But being 2 hours away from Miami by airborne and 1 hour of the main commercial aidway to North America. This location advantage is reinforced by modern logistic arrangements and infrastructures, an extensive network of market access benefiting for 6 trade agreements and unilateral preferences, providing a preferential access to markets representing more than 1.2 billion consumers. One of our greatest competitive advantage is our free trade zones. For more than 5 decades, it has served as a platform for manufacturing, logistics, medical devices, electronics, business services, and other export-oriented industries. As global supply chains continue to evolve, the Dominican Republic has emerged as an attractive nearshoring destination for companies seeking efficiency, stability, and access to the American market. For Indian businesses, this presents a significant opportunity. The Dominican Republic offers a strategic platform for companies seeking to expand their presence across the Western Hemisphere while benefiting from business-friendly environment and well-established export ecosystems. We also see a strong opportunities to deepen bilateral cooperations in sectors such as pharmaceuticals, information, technology, renewable energy, manufacturing, logistics, healthcare, and digital services. India's remarkable achievements in innovation and industrial development complement many of the priorities giving economic growth and transformation in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of Indian and Latin American relations will not be shaped only by the trade volumes, but by the partnerships we build, the investments we promote, and the opportunities we create together. The Dominican Republic is committed to strengthening its relations with India and to serving as a reliable partner for Indian businesses looking toward the Americas. I invite you all to discover the opportunities of our country has to offer and to consider the Dominican Republic as a strategic gateway to the Americas. Before concluding, I would like to invite you to watch a short video that offers a glimpse into the Dominican Republic's economy, investment potential, and opportunities that await those who choose to partner with us. Thank you very much for your attention. Please enjoy the video.
Dominican Republic. Over 48,000 square kilometers of opportunities, dedication, and competitiveness. A destination in the Caribbean that gives the best of its people, and even while giving it all, it continues to share its wealth with the world. Led by individuals who work every day to achieve sustainable development, supported by transparent, efficient, and inclusive processes that guarantee the collective progress of our entire nation. Our land provides great natural resources available for new, productive, and beneficial projects. We have signed free trade agreements with some of the world's main markets and strategic alliances with more than 50 countries, enabling access to more than 1.2 billion consumers worldwide. We are the main investment destination in Central America and the Caribbean region. Our geographical location is privileged, with 8 international airports, 12 cargo ports, and 5 cruise terminals. We are at the center of everything, connecting us to the world and facilitating business opportunities. We have an advanced logistic infrastructure that allows fast and secure road access, connecting the whole country with our international ports. We firmly believe that despite any obstacle, everything is possible in paradise. Our people is supportive and willing to achieve dreams with internationally recognized exportable talent. We have a legal framework and incentives for businesses, as well as other forms of support from government entities that provide a politically and economically stable business environment. We have more than 86 free trade zone parks, generating thousands of direct jobs, driving the strategic investment sectors. We have one of the longest coastlines in the Caribbean, with thriving fishing, nautical, and cruise tourism. We have designed some of the world's most acclaimed golf courses, attracting more than 8 million tourists every year. We have a highly qualified healthcare professional and health centers with the latest technology. Our landscapes position us as the primary filming destination in the Caribbean, with one of the most modern filming studios in Latin America. The Dominican Republic offers a highly favorable investment climate for energy generation related projects based on a friendly legal framework, both for conventional generation as well as for those based on alternative sources. We are a paradise with gold, nickel, laterimat, amber, and marble 16, amongst other minerals. A prosperous land ideal for the agro-industrial development of many different fruits and vegetables. The Dominican Republic is the hidden treasure located in the heart of the Caribbean and the hub of foreign direct investment in the region.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Giglio, for that excellent presentation and that video that you showed us about Dominican Republic. Now, we would like to recognize people on the dais, and I would request Mr. Nitesh Mishra, the Deputy Director General of FIEO, to kindly hand over just a set of mementos to our guests. Ambassador of Guatemala. Mr. Giglio from the Commercial Director of the Organization. Before we commence our next segment, I would just like to acknowledge the presence of the Ambassador-designate of Nicaragua among us. Madam, kindly stand and just, she is not actively participating. She's Ambassador-designate and yet to present her credentials, but very glad that she could be here. And also we had the presence of an officer from the Ministry of External Affairs in the South America Division who left after having lunch for a meeting. His name is Mr. Lakshmi Chandra, and he's part of the team of Joint Secretary Dr. Aman Puri. He was here since morning. His name is Mr. Lakshmi Chandra, Under Secretary. We move on to our next segment, and here we will have country presentations from Mexico. I see Mr. Delgado has just arrived. And we will have the Ambassador of Paraguay was initially supposed to arrive at 2:45. I've requested him to come early if possible, but we will start the segment nevertheless. We will have Peru and Venezuela. So may I request on stage Mr. Ricardo Daniel Delgado Munoz, Head of Economic Affairs in the Embassy of Mexico, to come up on stage, please. May I also request Mr. Jose Galvez Aguto, Senior Trade and Tourism Investment Commissioner from the Commercial Office of Peru. And may I request Mr. Juan Golnick, Minister Counselor from the Embassy of Venezuela. And even as we wait for Ambassador Fleming Duarte of Paraguay to arrive, we will look to start proceedings with Mexico, one of the world's largest economies and a major manufacturing and export hub, as you all know, with deep global supply chain linkages. As India's engagement with North America grows, Mexico presents significant opportunities in industry, technology, automotive, manufacturing, and trade. Already some large Mexican companies have a deep presence in India, which Mr. Delgado will be able to elaborate upon during his presentation. I welcome you, Mr. Ricardo Daniel Delgado Munoz, to please give your presentation. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. Thank you very much, everyone, for this invitation. I'm pretty excited to be here because I think the number of conferences about Latin America, they are increasing every time. So I'm really happy to actually be here. This is my first time here at FIEO's office. However, our embassy is nearby. So I'm pretty sure that we will take this conversation forward to look for more opportunities with Mexico and Latin America. Talking about Mexico, for Mexico, India is our 13th largest trading partner. And for India, we're one of the main Latin American trade partners. Sometimes we compete this position with Brazil, but we're definitely one of the top 5 trading partners among with Peru, Chile, and other major economies in Latin America. So during my presentation, I will talk about 3 main issues. One is why right now Mexico is important for business, for investment, for Indian companies, especially with the whole nearshoring opportunities that you can cater to the whole North American market, also to the whole Latin American market. And at the same time, Mexico is a great market, so I will be talking about the opportunities that we have under Plan Mexico. That is our 6 years plan for 2030. Just like you, before this decade finishes, we also want to increase our position in the global economy. You want to become the 3rd largest economy in the world. I'm pretty sure, given all the projections, you will definitely will make it happen. But for us, we also want to be on the top 10 global economies, and for that, we will be focusing on some industrial sectors that I will be talking to you more about. I will be also talking about the current economic relationship that we have. So I might drop some names about Mexican companies that are established here in India. So you kind of aspire about more trade opportunities with Mexico, and also about the Indian companies and the success stories of these new factories, about these new operations setting up in our country. Next. Yeah. So this is the current overview of Mexico's economic strength. Right now, we're the 13th largest economy globally, but before the decade, we want to become the 10th largest economy around the world. We're also one of the global export houses in all the world. We're the 2nd largest economy in Latin America. And we're talking about a population that is around 30 years old, a population. We're a pretty young population just like you. And also 1 out of 7 Latin American middle income people, they come from Mexico. So the inflation and all the macroeconomic data is stable, and this means that all the foreign direct investment is increasing in Mexico, coming from all the places. Later on, I will talk about the new Indian companies that are establishing in Mexico. We are a pro-investment country and also a pro-trade country. This map shows with which countries we already have a FTA. We have FTAs with almost all the countries in the world. India, not yet, but we're in conversations to actually see how feasible it is to have a trade agreement between Mexico and India, specific sectors that I will talk about later on. And also, we are part of one important economic bloc that is the Pacific Alliance. Just last month, we, along with my colleague of Peru and also Chile and Colombia, we made a tasting session to actually showcase the gastronomy of our countries here in India. And it was pretty successful because we actually export a lot of our products, and we want to export more products from the Pacific Alliance to India. We're also the gateway to the whole North America. And this is pretty common, but I will also like to showcase that is because of all the infrastructure that we have in Mexico. And for example, if you produce your goods in Mexico, it can be in Canada or US among 48 or 22, 70 hours in the US or Canada, so it's pretty fast. And also the time zone alignment is pretty simple. And the industrial clusters that we have is around the northern border in Mexico, and also in Guadalajara there are IT companies established there, such as Infosys, TCS. TCS Latin American headquarters is in Guadalajara, actually. As I mentioned, we have a major peak of the FDI investment. This is our top 10 of FDI countries investing in Mexico. Unfortunately, India is something that we should tap into this country, so that's why we're here to actually discuss about all the investment opportunities that you have in Mexico. I will jump until this is our key sectors. So, as you may see, India and Mexico were kind of producing and exporting the same. But for example, if we go to the electronic sectors, medical devices and automotive, if you go to the specific HS codes, we export and produce specific parts that are complementary. So if you see the trade balance that I will show you later on between Mexico and India, is different, the auto parts that we export and import. So it's something that we complement each other. So why Mexico? Mexico is one of the top 10 OECD for STEM engineers. Also, 60 million people in our country, they come from the economic population, and it's a pretty young population. This is the road system that is pretty connected to the whole Central America, South America, and also to North America. And this is the roadmap for 2030. And these are the, these are the strategic sectors. Agribusiness, aerospace, semiconductors, pharma, the whole biotechnology, also finances, clean energy. So the idea of having this Plan Mexico and all these industrial sectors is that we give extra incentives. It depends on the state, but federally speaking, if you invest in the sectors, in the first years of operations, the main taxes, they get deducted, or they will be like a complete waiver. So it depends on the sector. So later on, I will share you, whenever you drop me an email, I can also send you more information about these specific incentives. Yeah, these are the incentives. I won't go into the details because it depends on every sector, but as I was saying, the main federal incentives, they get either deducted or there will be like a kind of half and half composition for each project. Also, I would like to talk about IMEX and PROSEC. IMEX and PROSEC, they are import-exporting programs. So if you import some material that it will be for manufacturing in Mexico and later on to be sent in to the US or Canada or to other markets around Mexico, you won't pay any import duties. So that's something that you will be maybe interested on. What is the current landscape of the Mexico-India trade? So as I was saying, Mexico is one of the large main trade partners in Latin America. And also for Mexico, India is our 13th largest trading partner. This is the data of 2024, but actually just a couple of weeks ago, it came the latest data, and we already surpassed the 10 billion USD mark. So comparing to the trade, for example, that you have with Spain with Austria. It's even biggest, our trade that we have between Mexico and India, so I think that's something that we can actually increase. We have a deficit with India. For every $1 of product that we export, we import $7, and that's something that we want to actually modify to try to increase also Mexican exports. We have more than 200 Indian companies established in Mexico, from TCS, ACL Tech, so all the major Indian companies, also a couple of small and medium enterprises as well, from all sectors, from all sizes. So I'm pretty sure you can also join these success stories. So for example, in the auto industry, there's one case that I always like to showcase, that is in Aguascalientes state, they started to receive a lot of the latest Indian companies from the auto sector. They came from Chennai. So one company from Chennai, they decided to invest in Aguascalientes, and later on, they told another company in Aguascalientes, and later on, they told another country. So right now, over 5 companies from Aguascalientes, they invested from Chennai. They invested in Aguascalientes. So that's some of the cases, the success stories that they share between each other. So to decide to actually invest in Mexico, specifically in this state. This is the bilateral trade that we have. We usually import telephone devices from India, also the pharma sector. This is the whole picture, but later on I can share you the specific data, because we import a lot of specific products. We also export the same, including gold. That's something that sometimes you don't look Mexico as a gold provider, but we are also one of the major gold providers worldwide, and also about petrochemicals. So if you're looking for petrochemicals, Mexico can also outsource it. Yeah, a couple of the Indian companies that are established in Mexico. The recent Indian investment in Mexico, as you may see, a lot of auto parts, also UFLEX, packaging plants, Soho, IT sector, because some of these IT companies, they establish delivery centers in Mexico so they can cater to the whole United States and also Canadian markets. And these are some of the presence that we have from Mexico here in India. We have Cinépolis. Have you been to the movie theaters? You have PVR, that is a major local brand, but we also have Cinépolis, that is probably Mexican. Also, when you consume Harvest Gold bread, especially here in Delhi, it was acquired by Bimbo, that it is the largest bakery in the world, probably Mexican. And in 2017, they entered to the Indian market. They started obtaining local brands, and afterwards, they became one of the major players in the Indian market. So that's something that we are very proud of, because it is an example of how they merge with local brands and how they make Indian Mexican products. Also, Metalsa, they make auto parts in Uttarakhand. Also, Nemax, Softec, IT, Liverpool, they import a lot of, they have their distribution center here, and they buy household appliances to take it back to Mexico, as well as Coppel, Kitsania, that is a kids center, kind of an amusement park that is from Mexico. They have centers in Delhi and Mumbai. So this whole context gives us some ideas of what are the kind of products or sectors that we want to promote between Mexico and India. Definitely oil and petrochemicals. Mexico used to be a great provider of oil. Before the pandemic, we were one of the major providers of oil. Later on, other countries, they stepped up and we reduced our exports, but that's something that we want to bring it in again, and also other kind of petrochemicals, renewable energy, given that we are offering a lot of incentives for this sector, that's something that we can discuss on. And keep in mind that CSIR, they have an agreement with a Mexican counterpart to finance all water resources, biotechnology and vaccines sectors, and also the whole avocado boom, and also berries, of course tequila. That's something that we want to keep bringing to the Indian market. The case of tequila has been very successful. I arrived here 4 years ago. There were 15 brands of tequila. Right now we have more than 40 brands of tequila. Also we have mezcal, that is also a distillate from the agave plant. And we want to bring other agave distillates like bacanora, raicilla, sotol. So I think the Indian market is booming, and that's something that the whole food and processing sector of Mexico, they want to be a provider of these products. And also gold and precious metals, of course processed foods with Bimbo and other players. And just to finalize, tourism. Tourism is very important for us. We are in the top 10 destinations around the world especially right now with World Cup, we're hosting more than 5 million people from all around the world, and we want to bring more people. Last year, we received 100,000 Indian nationals coming from UK, the ones that they are living in the UK, Canada, but also coming from India. So that's something that we want to keep bringing and promoting, especially for wedding tourism and MICE tourism. And the good thing about Indian weddings, for example, is whenever they host a wedding in Cancun, let's say, they bring their whole families, and also given that we're very like festive people, like Mexican and Indian, it is not only one day of celebration, it's a couple of days. So that's something that is very good for the whole cultural and economic spillover for both countries. So I would just leave it here. If you want to know more information, you can scan this one. And well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Delgado. That was a wonderful presentation on Mexico, very detailed, and lots of opportunities for participants here to move forward with Mexico as well. And now we move to Peru, a land of very ancient civilization and modern economic opportunities. Rich in minerals, agriculture, and tourism potential, Peru has emerged as an important partner for India in trade and resource cooperation. Of course, everybody knows Machu Picchu on the map, and a lot of Indian travelers do travel there. Please welcome Mr. Jose Galvez Aguto, Senior Trade, Tourism, Investment Commissioner, Commercial Office of Peru.
I think that the matter of looking at the TV is very important. That's why I would use the search too. Thank you very much. I'm very honored to be here sharing this quick speech to you and also with this presentation. I would like to walk through very quickly about Peru to give you some ideas about our economy and the main opportunities that we would like to share with you. This is the presentation? Okay. Very quickly, I would like to say that there's an historical connection between these two great countries, Peru and India. And basically, they share this rich millennial heritage. From the Indian side, you have the Indus Valley. From Peru, you have Caral. Both cities have like more than 5,000 years of history. Both of them, they were emerged between 3,000 to 1800 before Christ, and the trade was fundamental. From India, you have the textiles, the beads, the metals, the ceramics. From Peru, back then, there were the cotton, the fish, the shells, the textiles. Both societies were actually very developed, sophisticated urban centers. And most important, they were always aware about how to treat and water manage, which means that they were very keen on how to really manage the coastal fishing economics and the inland farming, which nowadays is also very important for us. We share a lot of agriculture industries that actually create a lot of jobs and opportunities in both countries. So saying that, and going more into the present, Peru and India already share more, about like 60 years of diplomatic relationship this year. So we look forward to strengthen more with our economic ties for the future. Very quickly, and for us, it's very important to share a little bit on economics. There are like 4 key messages that I would like to share with you. First of all, the one that is very important when doing business is about like controlling inflation. Peru is on average in the range of 2.5 inflation rate, which means your money will be safe every year because we have an independent central bank that can control the economy and guarantee that there's not going to be any spikes in the future when prices may affect the economy. And based on that, there's also the effect on how we are growing in terms of GDP. On average, we have grown around 3.2% in the last 5 years and expected for 2030 to be on average between like 4 to 4.5%. We are nowadays an economy of 300 billion, more or less, 300 billion. But most importantly, besides the nominal numbers, which computes already inflation, the most important one in terms of power purchase is that we are almost a 900 billion economy, which we are always open to purchase from the world. Secondly, in terms of investment, we have on average FDI of about like 7 billion annually. Last year, we ranked that number with 11.2, and that's an increase on around like 5% every year. And that makes an overall stock of about like 150 billion on investments in Peru currently. And also, it's very important that we have one of the most strongest currencies, which allows like for you, whatever you want to do business, not only in the region, but around the world, you have also a currency that will support you. And this is the performance of our Peruvian sol, which has already like strengthened even more and is expected to be lower due to the economic activity. Finally, and last but not least in terms of economics, is on the way that we can manage the macroeconomic stability in terms of the way that we save from our nation, which means the international reserves. As you may see from the graph, we have already hit it. That was last year's, but as of the information of April 2026, we have already hit 100 billion US dollars on international reserves, which is almost about like 1/3 of our overall GDP, which is very important to have that number because it will shield for any economic impacts from overseas. It's not something that we have to, this is something that we have to be very proud of that because that will shield from any turbulences or VUCA events that may impact the economy in the short or medium run. Contrary to the belief that we are a mining country, actually we are not. We are more of an economy based on 50% on services. And as the title says, we have a portfolio of growth driven by not only products, but a knowledge-based economy. We are based on services. Actually, mining and manufacture, mining is about like 12.5%, manufacture the same, commerce the same, construction. So we are more on a knowledge base. And just to give you an idea on services, which includes also financial services, there's one project which maybe you already know, which is one of the most important ones now in Peru, that we are developing our public UPI system. And guess who is our partner? It's the Indians. They're working next to our central bank to develop the first public UPI system for Peru, which is going to be the first system in South America. So This is on the way that, for example, we are creating the synergies in the financial industries, which we welcome every fintech, insurtech to operate in our country. And secondly, on the way that we are also connecting in terms of services, Indian companies are already supporting also the central bank into creating the first central bank digital currency. So that's also an advantage that we can say that we are working together one another. So the idea of this graph, and also with the other one in terms of how we are strongly allocated our GDP in the non-primary sectors, is that we are moving basically in the relationship of becoming transactional to relational. That's why this message is very important, because as long as you will see the different opportunities, it's not about only trading, but to creating partnerships, to creating alliances. You may have heard like this before, that it's not about how we are going to move the goods around each of the countries, but about how do we foster, how do we connect. Our colleagues have already shared that it's all about creating partnerships that will foster the future, and not only supporting on getting the gains on the present only. Just to give you a glance, to not forget our mining production, first of all, we have a territory of almost, 128 hectares, which is about like 1.3 million square kilometers, which of them around like 50% is given for concession area and 1.5 for the mining. Nonetheless, with that concession and mining activity, you will see in the chart, I won't share much of the numbers on which is our position in terms of mining production and mineral reserve, but we are mostly on the top 3 in the table. In terms of projects in mining, we have about 70% allocated in copper, then gold, about 10%, iron 13%, and then silver, zinc, and phosphates, 6%. All in all, we have a portfolio of about like 51 mining projects circulating around 25 billion USD in terms of investment. This is a very important map, which is like very detailed, and I can share the details with you later. But this is the overall projects on which companies are already working in different rare earth elements, the critical minerals. So we have different provinces like Huancavelica, Puno, Tumbes, Ancash, Madre de Dios, all of them extracting like different metals and rare minerals that are supporting actually our strategy and supporting other countries' strategies in terms of the critical mineral diversification. In terms of the applications of the rare minerals, you may know that already they are impacting on the energy and mobility when we are producing the electric motors and wind turbines, lanthanum and ceramium in nickel metals for the hydride batteries, in electronics, europium and terbium in the LED displays, medical devices, and touchscreens, and in aerospace and defense, scandium and ultralight alloys for aircraft, galdomium for nuclear reactors. So we are like working very close with this, not only, as I said, for only the extraction and the distribution of the minerals, but also inviting companies to produce them in our country. Here's a quick glance on about how are we positioned in terms of agro exporter. First of all, we are a leader in the blueberries, second in the asparagus, fresh avocados, Amazonian nuts, third in the frozen giant squid, scallops, calcium phosphates. Mango also, in Peru we love mango. We have the canned mango, but Alfonso is also a very delicious fruit I have tried for the first time here in India. So, but we are also a producer of mango around the world, and also about flying fish eggs, we are that, and we are also a coffee producer. Here's an important chart, and maybe that's something that you would like to know. During the last about five to 6 years, as for the information of the Ministry of Commerce of India, we have fivefold the weight of overall trade volume. Now we have hit about like 10 billion, and we are about to expect and keep growing these numbers for 2030 for about 25 to 30 billion in total trade volume between India and Peru. From that number, one of the most important contributors nowadays is the mining sector, but we are now diversifying into more agri-exports and services. Here are some of the products that are already like positioning very strongly from Peru to India. As I said before, mining here is like quite important. So it's like mainly gold ore, copper concentrate, silver alloy, tin, iron and aluminum scraps, cacao beans, fresh blueberries, silver unalloyed, and natural colorants. In terms of India, we have the presence of different companies in Peru like Mahindra, TVS, Tata Consulting Services, which they've also bring with other companies all these products for us: automobiles, cotton yards, medicine, motor vehicles, mobile phones, auto parts, and also medicines, especially for cancer drugs and vaccines. This is the important part of my speech in which I would like to slow down a bit in terms of the business opportunities, because Peru is a country that offers a non-discriminatory treatment. You will be treated as equally as our national. There is a guarantee to private property, free competition. There's freedom to access internal and external credit, free capital transfers, access to international disputes resolution mechanisms, unrestricted access to most economic sectors, the freedom to acquire shares from nationals, and also it really depends on which industries you would like to invest. Especially nowadays, we have issued a new law for the special private economic zones, which you can give, the government can give exemptions up to 25 years of the corporate tax income. So it is fostering now the alliances within the industrial sectors that we are pushing forward the opportunities on how not only to invite foreign capital to invest in our country, but also, once again, to find partnerships, which is the most important for us. Here is a quick chart, and you will see that who are the main, the momentum of our different industries, which nowadays, agriculture, construction, energy, and services are actually the top 3 or 4 that are growing the most, based on an index that we just built it, that if you want to get to know more who's the one who's leading faster and which specific subsectors are within those, I am happy to discuss about them. But something important is that about our economy, we are like economy based through the SMEs. And we have to give incentives to them, including those who would like to make the business in Peru, because they are the ones who are supporting the economic growth. More importantly is also the trade agreements and SMEs. You may already know that Peru and India are into negotiations to sign up the FTAs, which will support also the competitions on terms of pricing. And then the rising opportunities that all this growth between these two nations are happening is that we are in the goal of having opportunities to intermediate supply on agricultural products, metal mechanic, consumer goods, manufacturing, durable and non-durable. Industrial hubs is very important, and there's also a law that support exemptions in terms of those who would like to invest in this kind of industrial hubs. Renewable energies, of course, and wind, solar, fintech ecosystems, as I shared with you, is a very important and a very active and dynamic subsector within the economy. Data centers are also included, and elderly care medical services. One important point that you may know is that already we have the strategic location within the region, and that's supported with our latest investment with a cooperation between the government of Peru and China in terms of the Chancay port that will reduce effectively the number of days that those goods are like transferred from Peru to China and backwards. But now there's also another opportunity in terms of a new project named Corio that might be from interest from India to consider like to be a direct route from Peru to India if finally we reach into a negotiation where they would like to invest in this new infrastructure. Peru is not only a hub, ladies and gentlemen, for the region, but for the whole world. This is the whole map of which are our current FTAs that are in force, signed, and in negotiation. We are like holding with these FTAs more than 55 countries with more than 85 of the global GDP. So take us the chance to move forward and to consider that, as I shared in the beginning, history has united us again to become greater partners for prosperity. But nowadays my goal is to raise the bar in our alliance and evolve from transactional exchanges into transformational ecosystems that create long-term value. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Agoto. That was detailed indeed, and very good. We move to Venezuela, and Venezuela, as you know, possesses some of the world's largest hydrocarbon resources and has long been an important energy player in Latin America. In fact, most of you will recall that only earlier this month, the Venezuelan acting president was in India. As global economic engagement evolves, opportunities for dialogue and cooperation with India continue to expand. To talk more about Venezuela and the opportunities that lie, please welcome Mr. Juan Golnick, Minister Counselor, Embassy of Venezuela.
It's a very convenient short people appliance. Probably subject to export also, who knows? Well, first of all, on behalf of the Embassy of Venezuela, my ambassador, who was not able to come here this evening, best regards from her. And I would like to express our gratitude to the people from the Federation of Indian Export Organization, especially Dr. Ajay Sahai, Director General and CEO of FIEO, that was with us this morning. Also to the former Union Minister of Tourism that honored us with his presence this morning, Dr. K.G. Alphonse. And of course to our friend Sayantan Chakravarty, Editor-in-Chief and Publisher of Indian Empire, and main organizer of this Latin American First event. Thank you very much for putting us together here. Also, thank you for the presence of a member of Chamber of Commerce, distinguished businessmen, dear colleagues, Chief of Missions, Chief of the Trade Offices, other members of the Diplomatic Corps that are present here. I need to check, yes, because, you know, I need to tell you that in certain occasion I was in, I don't know, when was that? It was in the, probably Hyderabad or some other city outside Delhi. And then we didn't have this thing here. So I noticed His Excellency, the Ambassador of Chile, Juan Angulo, doing a lot of signals. And then he do like this to the screen. I start to talk, and you know, and then when I turned my head, the presentation that was on the screen was from Bolivia, not from Venezuela. So I say, well, he's doing so much signals. Well, we have this other very useful appliance here that I am sure that we are talking about, because we are Bolivarian, but not Bolivia. Bolivia is other thing, other country, brother country. Well, let's go to see if this, namaste. And let's go to talk a bit about the possibilities of do businesses in Venezuela and investment in Venezuela. I have here a presentation for you. Venezuela offers many opportunities to international trade, both for the export of goods and services and for the development of productive activities, where the climate, vegetation, natural resources and minerals, as well as a thriving and diverse industrial park are available for those investors and entrepreneurs with a highly productive vocation that who are looking for a favorable markets for investment and production. Counting with 916,445 square kilometers of multi-purpose fertile lands and island territories, Venezuela is a country of great potential for primary production like food, mining, oil, and transformative like assembly companies, chemical, technological, textile, plastic, automotive, tourism, among others. The Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela and the Republic of India share a global vision and a common commitment to the stability of the world economy, highlighting dialogue, innovation, and balanced cooperation as imperative to face the unique challenges and opportunities presented by the current global context. In this sense, Venezuela has set out the implementation of new economic, commercial, scientific, and technological policies adapted to a new international reality in which dialogue mechanism and spaces to strengthen direct links between political, and government authorities, as well as with business people, predominate, promoting trade, technological development, capacity building, financing mechanisms, and investment that raise the economic growth and development of all peoples. Venezuela has a great potential in oil, gas, and minerals, as many other resources, positioning itself as an important energy supplier to meet global demand, and in particular, that of India. Our nation have more than 66 years. We completed go to complete 67 years this year of relations, in which we highlight a long-term cooperation based on the recognition of our complementarities. With Venezuela being an energy power, having the first oil reserve in the world, with more than 303 billion barrels of oil, in addition to the 9th world natural gas reserve, increasing our weight in the energy matrix every day. Venezuela exported approximately 1.25 million barrels per day in May of this year, 2026, of which around 427,000 barrels per day went to India, representing 34.2% of our total exports. So we were in a very good position in our trade of oil with India. For this month, we decreased because India bought oil from other sources this month of June, and then now we are in the 4th position with 292,000 barrels per day in this month of June. Venezuela has a high impact economic and commercial potential with valuable natural resources, including mineral resources such as the world's second largest gold mine and certified deposit of more than 40 strategic minerals. Venezuela represents a relevant player for the global mining industry, occupying the top spots in metallic and non-metallic minerals and rare earth deposits that are crucial for the energy transition. In the mining sector, Venezuela is positioning itself as an alternative productive engine with a multi-sectorial approach, with an emphasis on gold, coltan, bauxite, and diamonds, with strategic reserves, clear production goals, and a vision focused on attracting international investment. We have certain figures here that I don't go to give you a lot of figures and numbers because we don't have, like other countries like Chile or Colombia that have specific commercial offices like ProChile or ProColombia, but as I don't remember which ambassador says, I think it was the ambassador of Panama probably, that says that we don't have, were you my friend from Chile, that says that we don't have all the answers for your questions, but we have the way to find out the answer for your question through other organisms in Venezuela. So you are all very welcome in the Embassy of Venezuela for any consultation about this matter. So it is important to highlight that Venezuela have 2,700 tons of certified gold, 340 million tons of nickel, 1.6 billion tons of iron. Probably you know that the company Jindal Steel is operating in Venezuela since some time, among many other Indian companies, and 1.1 billion tons of coal. Let's see. Both the government and the private sector of Venezuela have the focus on the same objective, that of promoting international investment and increasing non-oil exports. Among our other main export products are the following: fish and seafood, you have a lot of that also, we know. Green mung bean, cereal and seeds, cocoa, green coffee beans, urea, methanol, propanil, wood, and steel. It is important to highlight that there are tariff and trade preferences that favor export to market of great commercial activity, lowering import costs with a single window, we saw already in some of the presentation from my predecessors, we call ventanilla única in Spanish, on trade system. Another big goal is to promote special economic zones that I don't go to explain what they are because you know already, you are in this sector, where they have invited countries, including the BRICS, to invest in different sectors. The government continues promoting the creation of a commercial and productive integration route worldwide with the aim of expanding the international markets reached by Venezuela production. After that, it has been strengthening commercial ties and promoting business roundtable with other nations, building bridges between the parties. Under the new leadership of Acting President Delcy Rodriguez Gomez, the economic policy of the Bolivarian government continues to promote the diversification and transformation of our economy. Therefore, Venezuela is prepared to receive investment and has a clear plan for where to direct resources, technology, and effort to strengthen the national market and position itself in the international market under schemes that promote the construction of a new productive economic scheme. The recent visit of acting president, as my friend here mentioned it before, Delcy Rodriguez to the Republic of India, this was just some days ago, underscores Venezuela's priority interest in establishing or strengthening ties with non-traditional trading partners, opening the door to state-owned and private enterprises from nations across the globe that wish to launch or reactivate operation in Venezuela for the mutual benefits of both parties. What I am saying is that reactivate, why? Because there are Indian companies, for example, that are working in Venezuela since many years ago. One of these is ONGC Videsh. But for several reasons, political reason, economic reason, also health reasons like the pandemic, this relationship start to be a bit frozen. But now the situation has changed. Several days ago, I found a bunch of people in the visa section of the embassy, but really a big group of people, and I say, what is this here? A protest in the basement of the embassy, saying, no, these are the high executive of ONGC Videsh that are now applying for visa, because we don't use intermediaries for visa application, as the ambassador of Guatemala mentioned. There is no possibilities to get a visa, but only for the embassy of Venezuela directly. So they are returning there. We also have many companies in the pharmaceutical sector working in Venezuela since many years ago. The Reliance refinery facilities, and subsequently to Mumbai, where she held significant meetings with senior executives from Tata and Essar corporate groups to discuss potential commercial partnership in sectors such as energy, automotive, and transportation. From Venezuela, we reaffirm our commitment to implement new initiatives, new industrial and productive projects for the growth and development of both our countries in unity, solidarity, and complementarity. I cannot finish without promote an activity that we go to have by the end of the year in Venezuela. It's a new, we have even a website for this, which is the Venezuela Energy Week. So for everybody from this sector that want to attend, we go to showcase the oil industry and gas industry of world class that we have in Venezuela. This is going to be in October 26 to 29 of this same year in Caracas, under the coordination of the Ministry of People's Power for Hydrocarbons and PDVSA, that, as you know, is the state company of oil for Venezuela. And we have also, part of the embassy, some different instances when you can call or do consultations. That way, you can get information that probably we don't have in the embassy, but we can be the intermediary for you if you want. The following Venezuelan agencies are always available to those who require further information on the possibilities of doing business and investing in Venezuela. One of them is the International Center for Productive Investment, the CIIP. Second one, the Venezuelan Export Promotion Agency, Venexporta. And we have Indo-Venezuelan Chamber of Commerce, India-Venezuela Chamber of Commerce, that is pretty new, just exists since last year, and is based in the city of Pune in Maharashtra. So at the embassy of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela in New Delhi, we will be very pleased to meet with all interested parties in order to directly connect them with these three relevant, with these three relevant institutions that are specialized in the trade and commerce of our products in Venezuela. So let's go to work together, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Golnick, for that wonderful presentation. And it comes on the heels of the visit of your acting president only earlier this month. As we draw this particular segment to a conclusion, may I request the ICICI representative, ICICI Bank representative, Mr. Aryaman Subramaniam, to please present some mementos to our guests on the dais. Mr. Subramaniam, please present some mementos to our guests.
Yes, sir.
Comprehensive banking suite, aiming at digital transformation of exports. $122 billion in FY22. Exports involve multiple entities, regulations, currency risks, and many more. To make this experience hassle-free, ICICI Bank presents a comprehensive banking suite aiming at digital transformation of exports. ICICI Bank's Digital Export Solutions is powered by Trade Emerge that helps exporters expand their businesses, aiding all trade-related activities from inception to execution. Digital Solutions through Trade Online and InstaBiz. Complete transparency with single view dashboard and MIS reports. Extensive branch network offering advisory services through our in-house experts. Customized financing opportunities. Automated EBRC. Real-time integration with government databases. Enhanced efficiencies through embedded services. ICICI Bank's Digital Export Solutions helps in managing interest and currency risks to optimize the cost. Join India's leading exporters who have accelerated their growth with ICICI Banks.
And please also welcome Mr. Bruno Berrettini Campones do Brazil. He is the head of the political section of the Embassy of Brazil. He is also just come in a little while ago. So essentially, we will have presentations from Paraguay and Brazil. We are waiting for the Brazilian gentleman. Thank you. Let us start with Paraguay. You recall that India opened a mission in Asuncion only 4 years ago. So deepening our bilateral ties with Paraguay. And Ambassador Fleming Duarte is here to tell us more. Paraguay is quietly becoming one of South America's most attractive investment destinations, offering abundant clean energy, agricultural strength, and a stable business environment. It is a country increasingly on the radar of Indian investors and exporters. Please welcome His Excellency Mr. Fleming Duarte, Ambassador of Paraguay, for his presentation. Ambassador.
Good afternoon to everyone. I just arrived from the other side of the continent in America, so I am suffering a bit of jet lag. So, as you might know, there are some rules in the FIFA, so I cannot jump like this because they apply a sanction. But anyway, I'm very happy to be here. Thanks to India Empire, and in the person of Dr. Chakravarty, he always collaborate with our embassy, of course, in several publications. And the most important one was last year during the visit of our president to India, Mr. Santiago Peña. It was a very fruitful visit. He spent 1.5 days in India, Delhi, and 1.5 days in Mumbai, with more than 100 CEOs. So he aims actually and prioritize to enhance trade with India. As you might know, probably my colleagues already mentioned, and Mr. Chakravarty, India opened only 4 years ago an embassy in Paraguay. We are working very well together with a new ambassador, Mr. Piyush Singh. We organized recently, he organized with other think tanks in Paraguay a seminar on Mercosur. Paraguay is holding the presidency of Mercosur till July this year. The summit will take place in 1 month, and the ambassador of India to Paraguay will be, has been designed to participate in this seminar to discuss actually the PTA. The PTA is the partial trade agreement that we have with India. This has been signed a long time ago, but the progress is not very satisfactory. We agreed on 300 to 400 line of products, and of course, didn't develop in the way we would like. There are a lot of potentials in this regard. Of course, the focus always are the biggest countries in the Mercosur, like Brazil and Argentina. But Paraguay has a lot of potential to develop this BTA, and maybe we can start discussing also a free trade agreement, like started other countries in the region, like Chile and Peru. As you might know, or maybe you don't know anything about Paraguay. That is the problem, not a problem, but a challenge. For our regions, there are few informations about our region, and specifically I can tell about Paraguay. We always say that Paraguay is the best kept secret in the region, a gem, and I will tell you why. Paraguay has been growing in the last 10 to 12 years in an average of 4.5 to 5%. Although the market is small, we always promote Paraguay as a platform in the Mercosur. The Mercosur is comprised by Brazil, Argentina, Bolivia. Panama is also coming very soon, and Venezuela probably will rejoin the Mercosur also very soon, with the Pacific Alliance entitles the 80% of the economy in the region. Paraguay has been also working very hard on the investment grade, and we received investment grade by Moody's and also by Standard & Poor's lately, so we can go to the market and mobilize financial resources in a very competitive rate. You can also appreciate here that Paraguay has been leading in the business climate in comparison to other countries. This has been done by the Getulio Vargas Foundation, a very renowned and prestigious foundation in Brazil. As you might also know, we are emphasizing a lot of economic integration. Paraguay is landlocked, but we have a lot of rivers that connects to the sea. We have the Paraná rivers and the Paraguay River. The Paraná River is very important for us, not only for the trade, but also for hydropower plant. We have 2 power plants built with Argentina, one, but the biggest one is with Brazil, called Itaipu, probably the most productive power plant in the world after the 3 Gorgoys of China. Here, you can also see that we will probably not, but we are going to have a more competitive time to get to Asia through the Bioceanic Corridor. The Bioceanic Corridor goes from Brazil to Argentina and then in Chile. Paraguay have 2 free zone ports, one in Chile, or 2 in Chile, Antofagasta and Iquique, and Santos in Brazil. You can also see here what are the linkages for the logistics and the strategic position of Paraguay. You can see that Paraguay can become an integration hub, but for that we have to develop more infrastructure, more, we have ports, we have enough ports in the river, but we need also airports. We have still not a very complete and full, say, infrastructure for airports. We need more flights. Probably my colleagues also emphasize that the connectivity with South America is still very low, and specifically in the Mercosur region. We are having conversation with important companies here, like Air India, and other also companies in Europe. The direct flight from Delhi to Madrid by Air India has been suspended, but I learned that they are going to resume soon. So if that happens, the flight, not direct flight, but one stopover in Madrid, and from Madrid to Asunción will be feasible because there is a Spanish airline flying directly from Madrid to Paraguay. Well, one of our strengths in the region is, and probably in the world, is the very simple tax regime. We have the so-called 10% for value-added tax, 10% for income tax, and 10% for value-added tax, income, and corporate tax. It's very competitive in that regard. We also have several promotion laws for capitals or paid holidays. We have the very low labor cost. Labor regulations are quite simple also. And we have incentive not only for national and also for foreigners. Companies. In the last 5 years, at least 200 companies, not very big companies, but small to medium-sized companies from Brazil went to Paraguay to invest. But the market, of course, is Brazil. Same happened to some companies from the neighboring countries, Uruguay and Argentina, especially in agribusiness sector. Talking about agribusiness, Paraguay and Mercosur have similar competitive advantages regarding food, specifically soybeans. We export to India annually at least $300 million soybean oil, edible oils. The climate also is very, generous for us. We have a very fertile soil, very productive, and of course, electricity. Electricity is very important for manufacturing. We are concentrating in improving our industrialization. And as I mentioned before, one of the pillars for the investment attraction is the maquila regime. This maquila regime has several advantages. For example, the VAT credit refund for maquila is only 0.5, very insignificant. Tariff suspension, exemption of dividend and profit, and the requirement, the most important one, is that 40% of the product has to be in Paraguay, and the 60% can be imported from other foreign countries. That 40% include the 4 countries in the Mercosur region. So the products can be sold in Mercosur with 0 tariff. We have other advantages, like the raw material regime, 0 import tax on raw materials and input not made in Paraguay for manufacturing and export. There are, again, more fiscal incentives for high-tech equipment manufacturing and assembly law. You will have this presentation probably, and you can go through, or you can also visit us at the embassy in order to explore and to develop a bit more about this structure. We have free trade zones. These free trade zones designed to facilitate trade and export, single 0.5 tax on the export value of the product. Well, now what are the sectors that we are trying to promote? The opportunities lies in sectors like metal and works, meat and other products, food, energy, manufactured textiles, also grains, oilseed. We still have a lot of room to develop. We can triple the production of edible oils with more investment. In the long run, we have sectors like forestry and sustainable agriculture, services centers, BPOs, business process outsourcing, industries in textiles, assembly, chemical and electrical products, processed food, etc. The new sectors with very high potentials, mentioned it before already, but develop more in this presentation. I will not go through all the details, but especially I mentioned forestry, services, contract, center, audiovisual text, tourism. In fact, we have an agreement with India in tourism sector. We have to develop products under this agreement. Waterway and bioceanic logistics, modern ports. Also, we can welcome India in the rail sector. Alongside the bioceanic road, we are thinking to develop a railroad that links the Atlantic to the ocean, a cargo railroad. Finance, specifically for small and medium-sized enterprises. As you might know, also the structure of the production in the economy in Paraguay, 87 to 90% are small and medium-sized enterprises like in India. We have a special agency called REDIEX. This agency are actually in charge to follow all the agreements that has been made with foreign companies to support the export and prioritize and high potential sectors, boosting the Paraguayan country brand and providing market intelligence services. We have some agreements signed with India in the trade sector. I mean, specifically in the promotion of commerce. We have an agreement with the CII, the similar organization in Paraguay, the UIP, Unión Industrial Paraguaya, and REDIEX, as I said before, the promotion agency for investment attraction and export, has signed last year an agreement also with the Chamber of Commerce of Mumbai, IMC. We are also very much involved in energy, biofuels. One important and very relevant biotech company in India called Brush Industry has signed an agreement with another Paraguayan investor to set up a $300 million biofuel plant. This biofuel plant will concentrate specifically in sustainable aviation fuel. As you might know, this is the future. We can also collaborate in hydropower plant. Not the big ones, but the big ones we have it. So in the small ones, we can also collaborate, very, very, very relevant, not only for our country, but also for India. Solar energy is another very important prospect. Now we are changing our law in our country in order to also promote investment from the private sector. So the energy that they produce, they use, and probably they have surplus, they can also, sell to the government by the grid. We have an agreement with the International Solar Alliance. We became the 100th member of the Solar Alliance. You might know Solar Alliance has more than 150 countries membership. And we have several missions in this regard also to analyze some pilot projects, specifically in the west region of our country. That is rural, and it's not feasible to invest in grid, in the infrastructure, because it's expensive, although we have a lot of energy. You have to also have infrastructure to distribute the energy. But solar panels in that region is quite relevant. We have some very dynamic population, small but very dynamic economically. The Mennonites are located in this region. They are champion in dairy products. And of course, with the bioceanic rock, the future lies in the west region of this, of the Chaco. We call it Chaco. 60% of the surface is in the west region, called the Chaco, and only 5% of the population lives in this region. You can imagine 90% of the population is concentrated in the east region. The east region is very well known for a lot of, fertile lands and of course all the rivers, lakes. Although we don't have the sea, we have the biggest sweet water reservoir in the world. It's called the Guarani Aquifer. as you might also know, water is becoming a strategic source for this century. And last but not least, I think that we have to work all together in building a platform about the information that lies in our region and also in India in order to increase our trade, in order to deepen our trade. A lot of potential is there, but till now we didn't develop. The potential is there, and as you might know, if you want to invest, you have to look for the potential and not for the countries that already have done all or gone through all the process. So I invite you to visit Paraguay. I might also lead in some mission, FIEO mission in September, October. At least 20 to 25 FIEO in the most important and relevant sectors will be traveling to our country to interact. And of course, there is one important fair in July, the most important fair that we have in Paraguay, also will be welcoming to all the investors that likes to explore Paraguay, to see the opportunities. As you might realize, it's not very easy to promote Paraguay with this number, but I always invite people to visit the country, to see and to feel in the field, to feel in the country, how are the people, how are the business structure. Of course, there are other more complicated things like regulations. Regulations are something that always stop our relations also. Sanitary requirements is also another one. I mean, there are many details, but only if you go and if you visit and exchange ideas and willingness to continue with this kind of cooperation will happen. I am sure that it will happen very soon. I also invite India Empire, the FIEO. Thanks for hosting this very important event. I always celebrate this kind of event because it allows us to discuss the issues that are embedded in our region. And in India, of course, India is also quite open now to explore more Latin American countries with many visits. With the opening of new embassy, I learned today that India opened embassy in Uruguay, long awaited, say, embassy in our neighbor Uruguay. I think it's the last one to get an embassy in South America. Is completely covered. There are other countries in Central America and the Caribbean probably are awaiting also for this to happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Duarte, for that presentation. And I'm sure some of you would now have learned from him that delegations are regularly going to Paraguay. One is going next month for the fair that you mentioned. And then again in September, you mentioned about 25 CEOs are traveling to Paraguay. So lot is happening, especially after the opening of our embassy in 2022. And yeah. We thank you, and now we move on to our last presentation, which will be from Brazil. Ambassador Kenneth de Nobrega mentioned to me that he would be traveling today to Gujarat for a program that one of the Brazilian companies has. So we are represented today from the Embassy of Brazil by Mr. Bruno Berrettini Campones do Brazil. He's the head of the political section. And Brazil, you know, is not only the largest country in Latin America, but also one of the world's leading agricultural, industrial, and energy powers. As a fellow BRICS member, and a key Global South partner, Brazil occupies a special place in India's international engagement. I invite Mr. Bruno do Brazil to kindly come and share his presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just like my friend from Venezuela, I also will take advantage of this device for not so tall people. It helps us. Thank you. Anyway, well, thank you all for the opportunity of having me here on behalf of Dr. here. Thank you for this opportunity. It's always a pleasure to showcase the opportunities that Brazil and India have in terms of either business, in trade, investment. You know, I've been witnessing here the tremendous state of bilateral relationship between Brazil and India for the past 2.5 years. And it's amazing to see how things are unfolding, to see the road ahead of us. There's still a lot to accomplish. And it gives us, you know, a sense of honor for, you know, helping build this relationship, the strategic one. We have a strategic partnership since 2006, so 20 years of this very fruitful and for us pivotal in this brave new world that is taking shape these days. Well, first of all, I believe Ambassador Kenneth has already mentioned in various opportunities, but I think it's always worth repeating it because it tells us how things are going on these days. Since his arrival here in India in mid-2023, we've had 100+ business missions from Brazil to India. I mean, not just missions from the private sector, from, you know, chambers of commerce and trade federations, etc., just like FIEO here, but also from state governments. I don't know if you are aware of this, but Brazil, like India, is also a federation, although, of course, from a different trajectory in historical perspective. But our state governments, they have some autonomy to conduct under certain conditions some foreign engagements, and, you know, one of the key of them is, you know, trying to showcase their business opportunities in each own state, and this has been very instrumental to us. So 100+ and counting, and so let's hope it stays this way. Well, being officially the head of the political section, it's interesting to see how things go together. Now, for instance, we've had last February the visit of President Lula to India. It was actually his second visit, but the first one that coincided with the government of Prime Minister Modi, and it has been quite a success. You know, high-level talks spanning a large number of areas. But, well, since we are talking business, I mean, his visits coincided with some very relevant achievements. First of all is that in the last fiscal year, we have reached a trade current, bilateral, Brazil and India, of around $15 billion, which is the highest ever in our trade relations. It had been a couple of years ago around 12 billion, but now it has, you know, has reached that threshold, and we are hoping that it will continue growing. For instance, in the first quarter of this year, our exports they have grown from also in a very big way, mostly from crude oil, and then followed by sugar and soybean oil, and of course, I mean, this relevant part of this energy trade demonstrates, you know, how Brazil can play an important part in India's quest for strategic autonomy in terms of its energy partners. So, and also, I believe it will also demonstrate in the years ahead how important this could be for both countries. For instance, last year, I think it was last year, I cannot remember right now, but in the last India Energy Week in Goa, the president of our state oil company, Petrobras, Ms. Magda Chambriard, she was here, and then there was a very big announcement, which was a memorandum of understanding for the exploration of deep water exploration. Well, because Brazil is a pioneer in this technology, which was developed in the 1970s, and it's still to this day. And so this year, as I mentioned to you, we have had this growth in trade relations, and I think that most likely if things continue the way they are, most likely we will surpass that level of 15 billion of last fiscal year. So let's hope it materializes. In terms of foreign investment, I don't know if you are aware of this. Of course, India is particularly significant for investors in Brazil. For instance, TCS, Tata IT branch, has one of its key offices in Latin America. It has in southern Brazil, in the state of Paraná, Curitiba. It's Londrina. I'm sorry, the city of Londrina. It's a very important one. They have announced a couple of years ago the expansion of it. They're expanding their operations in Brazilian market and in Latin America, using Brazil, one of their hubs, to reach to other markets in Latin America. We have quite recently Bajaj Auto inaugurated a plant in the state of Amazonas, in the heart of the Amazon jungle. I don't know if you're aware of it. We have a special economic zone there that has many tax incentives for industries to establish there, especially two-wheelers and electronics. It's very important for us, and now this demonstrates that Bajaj and other Indian companies in general, they see many opportunities in Brazil's internal market and also in other regional markets. Mahindra as well, they have, I was fortunate enough to witness all the negotiations and discussions that led to the announcement of another expansion of Mahindra plant in the southern state of Rio Grande do Sul, where they make some tractors for our agriculture. It's there, and then I came to hear from representatives from Brazil's agribusiness sector how reliant and how positive they are about the Mahindra product there. So you can see that there's this very good potential, and we are of course open to FDIs from other partners, of course India and other partners in Brazil. Brazil is an economy that is growing around 3% a year for the past 4 years, and we have one of the lowest, I think, no, not one of the lowest, the lowest rate of unemployment in our history these days. Inflation is very well controlled, around 4%. And quite recently, we have had some key reform in our indirect taxes, actually, which took a while. It will take some years ahead of implementation, but it shows our commitment to make it easier to do business in Brazil, to invest, to produce, and to sell. Also, during President Lula's visit, there was the presence of Brazilian companies here in India that were also on the spotlight. Of course, one of the key actors these days is Embraer, our aircraft manufacturer. They signed an MOU with Adani for civil aircraft. There's an intention of them to setting up a factory here in India. Hopefully they will start this quite soon. And the idea is to, within the framework of Make in India, we start selling our E2 aircraft, E190, E195 to India's fast expanding civil aircraft market, specifically the regional market here. And also in the realm of defense, there's also the MOU between Mahindra and Embraer for the MTA program, hopefully also under the aegis of the Make in India program. We hope to of course, produce between Brazil and India the C-390 aircraft. It's medium transport aircraft, military use. is one of our key jewels of our aviation industry. But apart from that, we have also very relevant investments here. And I would like to point out, for instance, WEG, we call VEG, which has a power plant in Tamil Nadu to produce wind turbines, because they've saw the potential of renewables here in India, and they have set quite recently this power plant. And anyway, it demonstrates, how India's market is very important to our business. Quite recently as well, we have has been announced the plant of Embraco. Embraco, it makes some electric engines for air conditioning sets. Also, Perto is a company that makes some electronic devices for like some appliances in banks, in also metro stations, those automatic doors, etc. So these are just a few examples of these complementarities between Brazil and India. Of course, when we talk about especially Brazil, as has already been mentioned, that Brazil is one of the largest countries in terms of territory in the world, and also in terms of population. But whenever I say this, Brazil's population is around nowadays 210 million people. I say this quite, maybe a bit proud. Oh my God, to see. And then some people from here, they answer to me, oh, but Uttar Pradesh is like 250 million. So they said, oh my God, that's how we come to understand, the dimensions of India. And also within this, there's the potential, economic potential, that in perspective of Brazil's business community is still to be untapped. Anyway, just here, okay. So these I believe these are the key areas. One also in terms of Indian exports, I'd just like to point out that they are a bit more diversified than Brazil, as you can imagine, as you have already realized. Brazil's exports they rely more on some commodities like oil, soybeans, sometimes. Of course, it depends on the market in terms of market needs here in India, in terms of sugar, in terms of pulses. But India's exports to Brazil are a bit more diversified, and I point out to especially chemical products, refined fuels, and also pharmaceutical companies. And in this part, I'd just like to point out to you that during President Lula's visit, he came along with a very large ministerial delegation. Many ministers accompanied him, and one of the key members of his delegation was our Minister of Health. He had already been here with our Vice President in October last year, and I believe the key announcement of his presence was the signing of an MOU between CDSCO and Anvisa. Anvisa is Brazil's, is compared to CDSCO in Brazil, so it's the pharmaceutical regulatory agency. And within this new MOU, the approval of medicines from manufactured in India they will face an easier process of approval. So we hope that this will also play a key part in the continued development of our relationship. I don't know if you're aware of this. Brazil has a universal public healthcare system. It is mandated in our constitution, and of course, since the pandemic, we've come to realize that we are in need of both to diversify our partners, those who send some medical devices to us and medicines, and also to expand our industrial base, some products in Brazil. And during our Minister of Health visit, there was some agreements between Indian pharmaceutical companies and Brazilian laboratories to produce some drugs, especially for cancer-related drugs, to be produced in Brazil with tech transfer, which for us is a game changer, and it surely demonstrates, I believe, how how the potential of this relationship in terms of of business of these also these public sectors, and that's it. I mean, that's I leave it there. So just on a final note, I would just like to convey to you that Brazil's embassy remains open to all stakeholders. Of course, FIEO, it's a good partner. We have some very good contacts with them, and I mean, let's do business. This is Ambassador Kenneth's main task here is to develop this relationship. Historically, Brazil has always had very good relationship with India, politically, diplomatically, in multilateral fora, I mean, with BRICS, IPSA, you name it. But now it's time to gain, develop some strength in the business sector. So that's why we are here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bruno do Brazil. Your name itself has Brazil, and you really pitched Brazil in a fantastic manner. Now the segment which a lot of you would be anticipating is to do the business to government one, talk directly to the ambassadors and representatives of the embassies. So that segment will begin in about 10 minutes. We can have a coffee break before that because all of you would be tired. We've had a 2.5, 3-hour session after lunch. And then we move on to another section of the building, which you will be guided to that. And before we conclude this segment, may I invite on stage Mr. Jayant Borkar of Valterra Corporate Advisors. And is Mr. Nitesh Mishra there, the Deputy Director General of FIEO? I don't know if he's around. Would you please present the planters to our guests on the dais, please? Thank you. They're a small memento from us. Thank you.
Ambassador? Speak 1 minute. Yes, sir. Excuse me.
Aiming at digital transformation of exports. ICICI Bank. Trade Emerge that helps exporters expand their businesses, aiding all trade-related activities from inception to execution. Digital solutions through Trade Online and InstaBiz. Complete transparency with single view dashboard and MIS reports. Extensive branch network offering advisory services through our in-house experts. Customized financing opportunities. Automated eBRC. Real-time integration with government databases. Enhanced efficiencies through embedded services. ICICI Bank's Digital Export Solutions helps in managing interest and currency risks to optimize the cost. Join India's leading exporters who have accelerated their growth with ICICI Bank's Export Solutions.
Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to address here in this important seminar on Latin American and Indian relations. From Argentina, we are very happy to be here, and thanks once again to India.
I am very grateful to India Empire and also the Federation of Indian Exporters Associations for organizing this meeting, LAC FIRST. It offers the possibility to explain a little bit more about the possibilities and the opportunities that the Latin American countries offer to India. I represent Cuba. My name is Juan Carlos Pazman. I am a Cuban passport to India. And I had the opportunity to make a short introduction in the morning and explain what we offer to India, different sectors. For example, biotechnology, pharmaceutical, ICT, mining, tourism, and others, food production. We are quite interested. Team are not of cooperation. So we are open to all the companies, partners interested to approach our embassy. And once again, I thank
India Empire and FIEO for this event. So thank you so much. Hello everyone, I'm Alonso Correa, Ambassador of Panama. I'm here in this conference, LAC FIRST, and I'm from a region, from a country that is a bridge. It must be a bridge between India and Latin America and the Caribbean. So Panama has always been that country that's a platform, a gateway for foreigners to establish themselves, to grow, and to call this new place home. I'm very happy. Let's see if this conference can bring a lot of investments to Panama. That Indian investments are lacking in Panama with MISIA. And I think this sort of initiatives are good for us to show you that Panama and Latin America and the Caribbean are amazing regions, amazing countries, and a really good opportunity for India to establish logistical hub in Panama and to serve the whole continental market. Okay? Thank you.
So let me start by congratulating India Empire for hosting this summit. I think bilateral ties and business ties, between India and all the Latin American and Caribbean markets, are at a very nascent stage. I think what I have heard from the dignitaries and the multiple diplomats out here is that we have not yet scratched the surface. We hardly contribute 1.1% to their overall, trade, in the LAC region. So I think these type of endeavors, which bring all the diaspora people and the business people together, that is extremely important at this point of time. And specifically, this complements India's global South policy as well. Looking forward to more such engagements. And again, I congratulate India Empire team to host this summit. Thank you so much.
India Empire's first edition of Latin America and Caribbean Business Conclave is a very unique initiative wherein we have been a part of this initiative since last 3 months, and given the vision of this initiative is to bridge the gap between Latin America and Caribbean with the India. Now, given the numbers, India is just having a 50 billion trade with the Latin America and Caribbean vis-a-vis China, which is having a $500 billion trade at present. If the connectivity is restored or a new connectivity measures been taken care by both the countries' governments, achieving such kind of result of $500 billion in few years is not at all impossible, but is a very much possible task. And this kind of initiative, interaction, business to government sessions will definitely act as a catalyst to enable the Indian corporates as well as the government and the business people from Latin America and Caribbean will definitely get the benefit out of it. Thank you.
So we are from Rights Limited, which is a government of India undertaking, and basically we are into infrastructure consultancy organization. So we are seeing this seminar as a very good platform for building partnership and for developing good relations with LAC region, and we are looking forward to have good like business opportunities in the upcoming years, and we are trying to have a positive framework in our mind that we will definitely do something better in that region. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Ankit Bhusha, and we have visited Federation of Indian Export Organization. We have come to Delhi for the session called LAC First, which is Latin America and Caribbean. We are mainly into engineering goods production, borehole drilling machinery. So the agenda here is the opportunity in Latin America is enormous. We are already working with African countries, and we want to explore the opportunities, and we are glad that we are part of this. We are invited here, and we are thankful to Federation of Indian Export Organization for this. Thank you.
मेरा नाम निखिल गोरफाड़ है और मैं गुजरात से आया हूँ, और ये जो LAC फर्स्ट ये इवेंट हुआ है FIEO का, उसमें पार्टिसिपेट करने के लिए। और हम एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं स्पाइसेस प्रोडक्ट और डिहाइड्रेट प्रोडक्ट। ओके, एंड हमारा जो ये जो FIEO ने ऑर्गेनाइज किया है वो बहुत अच्छा है, और हम B2G और B2B में पार्टिसिपेट किया है, तो अच्छा है। थैंक यू।
मेरा नाम तुषित गुप्ता है और हम इस इवेंट में आए, ये लैटिन अमेरिकन कंट्रीज़ और कैरिबियन कंट्रीज़ में कैसे इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं और वहाँ क्या क्या अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ एज ए एक्सपोर्टर और एज ए इम्पोर्टर आप ले सकते हैं, ये सब यहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है और इनिशिएट किया जा रहा है। तो सब बहुत सारी कंट्रीज़ यहाँ पे पार्टिसिपेट कर रही हैं, लैटिन अमेरिकन कंट्रीज़ और कैरिबियन कंट्रीज़, जिसके डिप्लोमेट्स आकर के हमें बता रहे हैं कि कैसे हम इनिशिएट कर सकते हैं इस इवेंट को। थैंक यू सो मच।
Good afternoon. This is Pranjay Gupta this side. I come from Veridia World Private Limited. It is a company based in Bangalore, and we specialize in exporting the Indian manufactured goods to foreign countries. Our specialty is mainly in engineered components. We mainly specialize in oil and gas valve components and pipeline parts. And our second order of specialty is in automotive components, gears, and cranks and everything, other shafts as well. My reason to come to this conference is quite successful. It was mainly to network with fellow exporters, understand what LAC has to offer for their different 33 countries that they have. And so far it's going great. Great to be here. Thank you.
So good afternoon, my name is Nikunj Gupta and I am representing my company. My company name is Nikunj Enterprises, and today we have gathered here to attend the event of Latin America, which is organized by FIEO, which is very useful for our organization and to export in different countries and to explore the opportunities which countries have been providing us by the FIEO. And our main products are, we manufacture wires. We are mainly manufacturing of copper wires, industrial wires and solar wires, and we are doing this work from past 10 years. Now it's being a great journey, and we have also started exporting in Middle East like UAE. Thank you.
This is Asif Hussain. I am from Bijnor, UP. We are dealing multiple products. We are as a merchant exporter working in international business, and we come here for some international buyers from Caribbean or Latin American countries. Thank you.